8:30 on the clock. We'll call to order the June 20th, 2022 meeting of the Tarpon Springs Planning and Zoning Board. Can I have a roll call, please?
Mr. Seaman?
Here.
Mr. Kouskoudis?
Here.
Mr. Vesey?
Here.
Ms. Vigil? Mr. Koulianos?
Here.
Mr. Zambellis?
Here.
Mr. Andriotis?
All right. That brings us to item number 2, the approval of minutes. We kind of got behind on some of these, and we've got 3 of them to do. We have to do each of them individually. So I'd like to start by calling the minutes of January 24th, 2022. I need a motion and a second, hopefully to approve, unless there's comments.
I make a motion to approve the January 24th, 2022 minutes.
I second.
Can we have a roll call, please?
Mr. Zambellis? Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Koulianos?
Yes.
Mr. Vesey?
Yes.
Mr. Kouskoudis?
Yes.
Mr. Seaman?
Yes. Now, can we address February 28th, 2022?
I make a motion to approve February 28th, 22.
I second. Second.
Is there any discussion? Can we have a roll call?
Mr. Zambellis?
Yes.
Mr. Koulianos?
Yes.
Mr. Vesey?
Yes.
Mr. Kouskoudis?
Yes.
Mr. Seaman?
Yes.
In light of your comment, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion for the May 28th, 2022 minutes.
Okay. Can we have a second?
Second.
Can we, any discussion? No. Roll call, please.
Mr. Zambellis?
Yes.
Mr. Koulianos?
Yes.
Mr. Vesey?
Yes.
Mr. Kouskoudis?
Yes.
Mr. Seaman?
Yes. That brings us to item number 3. That's the quasi-judicial announcement. Could our attorney please make that announcement for us?
Yes, sir, thank you. This is a quasi-judicial proceeding where the Planning and Zoning Board acts in a quasi-judicial rather than a legislative capacity. At a quasi-judicial hearing, it is not the board's function to make law, but rather to apply law that has already been established. It is in a quasi-judicial hearing, the board is required by law to make findings of fact based upon the evidence presented at the hearing and apply those findings of fact to previously established criteria contained in the Code of Ordinances in order to make a legal decision regarding the application before it. The board may only consider evidence at this hearing that the law considers competent, substantial, and relevant to the issues. If the competent, substantial, and relevant evidence at the hearing demonstrates that the applicant has met the criteria established in the Code of Ordinances, then the board is required by law to find in favor of the applicant. By the same token, if the competent, substantial, and relevant evidence at the hearing demonstrates that the applicant has failed to meet the criteria established in the Code of Ordinances, then the board is required by law to find against the applicant. At this time, I'd ask any of the board members if there's been any ex parte communications with any of the applicants or about any of the applications tonight. Hearing none, I would then ask members of the board if there's any conflicts of interest regarding any of the applications before you tonight. If none, all right. Anyone expecting to testify this evening, could you please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Okay, that brings us to item number 4, which is application 21-103 and 2202. They both pertain to property at 42501 US Highway 19 North. Do we have a staff report on this?
Those items, hopefully it's on your agenda there, those are being deferred to a future date to be re-advertised. I will say I believe that'll be in July, at your July meeting, but we've got to re-advertise those items.
Yes. Okay. That brings us to item number 5, application 22-46, pertaining to property at the southwest corner of Lillian Avenue and Curlew Place. It involves annexation, future land use amendment, and a zoning map amendment. Can we have a staff presentation?
Yes, Pat McNeese, Principal Planner. This is an application for annexation, change in the future land use map, and change to the rezoning map submitted by John Hodges. This is located at the corner of East Curlew Place and Lillian Avenue. As you can see, it's basically between Alt 19 and Pinellas Trail to the west, and Lillian Avenue. This is Curlew Place that comes out just south of the hospital. The current city limits are shown in the red dash. Basically is this surrounding area to the northeast and west, and then some of that area to the south, or a good portion of it, is still in unincorporated Pinellas County. The applicant is requesting annexation in order to be allowed to hook up to city water and sewer. The property is about 1.2 acres in size. It is all one parcel. This is an old platted in 1925. This particular property, it's in the staff report, I think it was 5 or 6 lots originally that were consolidated into one parcel. It's currently residential low at Pinellas County, and it is proposed, staff is recommending that it go to residential low in Tarpon Springs. And then it's got an R3 zoning, single-family zoning, and staff is recommending R70A as the most appropriate single-family, again, single-family zoning for this property. The area is contiguous on the north, east, and west sides. And the property is, and the area is served by public infrastructure and public facilities capacity. So I'll show a picture in a minute, but there is water and sewer serving this property. The roads are built, and the area is served by the other facilities. Again, the change is from residential low county to residential low city, so that's consistent with the future land use map and the comprehensive plan. Here's a quick look at the utilities. You've got a water line going down Lillian, sewer on East Curlew Place. So again, this is consistent with the comprehensive plan. This is in the residential low medium category of the countywide plan. There is no change to that map required for this applicant. The zoning, R70A, is consistent with the area of zoning that's in city limits. It's also consistent with the county's current zoning in that area, and it's consistent with the residential low category. So again, comprehensive plan consistency, the property can be served, and this annexation appears to be pretty straightforward. The property is, I think I mentioned the property is vacant, so it's a vacant piece of property. Just a quick look at the zoning so you can see the context. Again, city zonings that are in the color are generally planned development and R70A. County zonings are in this general area around all 19 down here are the single family and the 1 and 2 family. Then of course, the site is somewhat buffered by the trail against the mix of uses on Alt 19, which really on the east side of Alt 19 kind of include offices. I think the ARC facility is there. It's really a mix of service uses and offices over here, getting to more commercial on the other side. So it's pretty compatible. This proposal is pretty compatible with the general area. Of course, you've got the hospital and office uses up here, and that is zoning and future land use is residential office type designation. So staff is recommending approval of all 3 ordinances for annexation for change to the future land use map or just bringing that in to the city as residential low, and then a zoning of R70A. Do you have any questions?
I have one real quickly. We've had a rash kind of other rezoning requests to get utilities where construction was already going on, but it looks to me like this one is kind of preempting and getting out there ahead of things and asking to get it done before they've actually done any permitting or construction. Am I correct in that?
I believe so. The applicant is here. The applicant didn't state in writing what their intent for the property is. As far as I know, there are no permit applications, but that's county, so I wouldn't know that for sure. One thing I didn't mention was the density, total density under the future land use is 6 units in the county. It would remain up to 6 units in the city. So the applicant can let you know what their intent, if there is any intent at this point for the property. Right now, it is one parcel.
And the setbacks and other requirements that would be related to the zoning that we'd be approving are pretty much the same as what it's in now?
Pretty much the same. Our setbacks are slightly more restrictive. Our lot size is a little less restrictive, so.
Okay, so they
They're pretty
are
much
accepting
very
the more
slight.
restrictive requirements then, correct? Okay.
Yes.
So basically, the question I have, it's basically a swap. Whatever they were able to do in the county, we're allowing them to come in, and we have different zoning and categories of what the county does, correct?
Whatever they could do in the county, they could do here. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, the way it's not a rezoning, it's what the county has certain, whatever you want to call their zoning criteria. We have certain zoning criteria. It's the same, we just have it different, we just name it differently.
They do not match exactly.
What's the difference between what the county would require
okay.
them to do versus what?
Yeah, if you go to page 2 of 6 of the staff report, that'll give you a rundown. So the county lot area is 6,000 square feet. City is 6,500 for a minimum lot. And then you've got the widths and depths are the same. Height is the same. Front yard, we require 25-foot setback. They're more lenient. Side yard, looks like we are more restrictive on all the setbacks, so that gives you a rundown of how it compares.
But the city's comprehensive plan and the county's comprehensive plan sort of match up this particular site. I'm reading from what you said. The city's comprehensive plan, as it applies to the subject property, density, intensity of the proposed use is equal to the county's comprehensive plan.
Yes, now the plans do match as far as what their allowable use is and the non-residential floor area and all those. The zonings don't match exactly, but the residential load does match.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Any further questions for staff?
I have a couple of questions. Hi, Pat.
Hi.
It's good to see you.
You too.
My questions are going to be in regards to the requirement for annexation, or why this person had to submit, this owner who's here, and I'll probably ask the same. But I thought that you might have more insight. Specifically, the applicant submitted an email, and it's in there. There's a whole bunch of pages, and if you haven't been able to find it, I'd encourage the other board members to look at it. And in case you can't, I'm going to read it, and I just think it's pertinent, and then I'll get to my questions. Okay, we'll unpack this. Pat, comma, I forgot to submit a reason for annexation on the property at Lillian Avenue and Curlew Place. I would prefer not to annex, period. I am required to annex given the water is at my property line, period. Paying the upcharge to tap into Tarpon water and not annex would be my preferred choice. I am amenable to annexing in the future once adjacent properties annex. Hopefully, it's not too late. Question mark. Thank you, Ms. Hodges, Katie Hodges. Okay, so I really appreciate the honesty and the straightforwardness in that. So here we have someone who's here in front of us who's had to put together a huge package, and you're here, and the applicant is saying, I don't want to be annexed, but my hand is being forced by the county. And we've run into this several times, and even though that we have, I am continually misunderstand why that process is occurring. Why is a landowner being told by the county, suddenly, you must join the city of Tarpon Springs? And I know this is because they have water and sewer running by your property. So help me understand that. And what are the repercussions if we don't approve annexation, which is what the applicant clearly doesn't want? So those two questions, and I have one more after you do that. So help me understand that process.
Yes, so it's the city that's requiring an application to annex, okay? So, and that is under Chapter 20 of your Code of Ordinances. It's not in the Land Development Code. It's in your municipal code. We have a requirement, and we've been through this, and we did talk about it a little bit in a workshop.
And forgive me for interrupting. I misspoke when I said that the county, she didn't refer to either. It just says, I'm required to annex given that the water supply is there. Okay.
Yeah.
So we're requiring annexation in order to,
We're requiring the applicant to request annexation into the city yeah, that's right. So
Okay.
utilities will not hook up water there until this process comes to a completion.
okay. And then, should for some reason we not approve annexation, what happens at that point to this property and services? They're not denied services, they're only required to apply. Is that right?
They, as far as I know, they're not denied services. That would be something that probably, would be evaluated by the city attorney.
Hi.
Hello.
So, okay, before you go, I just need to know, and so,
And I want to get it verbatim into the record. I was sworn in, Renee Vincent, Planning and Zoning Director. So under Article 20-23 of our Code of Ordinances, it says connections to public water, reclaimed water and sewer systems, annexation required. And under that, it says lands abutting the city limits, this does, shall annex into the corporate limits of the city and be developed or improved in accordance with all existing city requirements prior to either reclaimed water or sewer service being provided to such lands. So that is what's in the Code of Ordinance, or is in the code. So I will leave it to the attorney to tell you whether or not the city has the ability to deny that, or basically say no, but that's, it says you shall. If it doesn't, for whatever reason, we will not deny them water or sewer. They will pay the surcharge, and they will be allowed to develop without issue.
that's exactly not the answer that I wanted, but thank you for the answer. So that is the purpose, therefore, of having the surcharge. What else would the surcharge be there for otherwise? You don't even have to answer that.
It is definitely an incentive to annex.
Okay, so there's a built-in incentive for the city to continue to annex property, whether they want to be part of the city or not.
Actually,
You don't
it's
even
a-
have to
it's
answer
a-
that.
It's a
Seems that
requirement.
way.
It says lands abutting the city shall annex into the corporate limits of the city.
Okay, great. So then here's my next question. Then why do we do it so piecemeal, haphazard, hodgepodge? Because if we look at this map, there are portions of the city that obviously we should do this one time. If it's serviced, annex it and
There's
be
no-
done.
So, and the short answer is, right now, they're not required to do anything, but if they're going to develop the property, they will have to annex. So I can only assume that this property owner has an intent to develop the property, knows that they have to get their water and sewer from the city, so they are annexing in accordance with the requirements. It's within their purview to say, I'd really prefer to stay in the county and just pay the upcharge. What the city does with that from a, code perspective, that's not for me to say, so.
You answered my questions, and I appreciate that very much.
And just to add to that, remember, by statute, there are voluntary and involuntary annexations. Cities do involuntary annexations. I'm sure you've heard of cities proposing to annex something. And they notify all the people that live there. The city has chosen not to do that. So that, when you say all at one time, a city can do that by statute. But, yeah.
I know it's going to be a long night, but this is a great example. I had the luxury of looking at this entire application prior to the meeting, and there's this pie-shaped or trapezoid shape of multiple properties. In other words, we're going to face these annexations.
Right after another.
Right, and so
Let's limit this conversation until after there's a motion for the time to discuss this.
No, I think this is a great time to discuss this. Thank you. So it strikes me as odd that there's not a more organized process for this work. I like to keep things clean, straightforward, and organized, and it struck me as odd on this one. And there wasn't a question there. I just wanted to get out that. And Council, thank you for trying to do that, but unfortunately, there is no other time to work through some of these thought processes.
I would say that when you are having your conversation, once the motions are passed, that would be the perfect time to have those conversations amongst each other and perhaps get to a solution, or at least start that conversation.
I don't want to have it with him. I want to have it with staff, according to this application. Thank you, Pat. I'm done.
You're welcome.
Do we
Any
have
other questions?
any further questions for staff? Would the applicant like to make a presentation? And state your name and address.
Sorry, guys, I'm a little hearing challenged, and so you'll have to speak up if you want me to hear what you have to say, okay? I understand I gotta state my name. My name's John Hodges.
And address. And your address.
My address. Ooh, 175 19th Street South, Palm Harbor.
Do you have comments you want to make?
I think I might have a question, and I don't know if maybe this is just a conversation to have later. But to your point, what is that surcharge if we get annexed? What's that upcharge? Is it the 25%?
Would you like me to answer?
Sure.
Yeah, 25% of
25%.
Well, the young man over here in the white shirt, I kind of like your reasoning there. From an owner standpoint, I very much dislike the fact that, I'm sorry, I'll say what I want to. It's my turn to talk. I very much dislike the fact that I'm being required to annex into the city. I'm pretty ambivalent about it, actually. I couldn't care whether it's county or city, because it doesn't make any difference one or the other. A little more tax in the city maybe, but you don't have to pay the upside on water and sewer. So dollar-wise, I don't think it'll make a whole lot of difference. But from an independent standpoint, I don't like the fact that somebody's requiring me, just because I want to build a house, to actually annex into the city. Okay, so. And just a general comment is all it is. And so in this case, I really don't care one way or the other, honestly. Okay. That's my only comment, really.
Okay. Do members of the board have questions for the applicant?
Yeah, I have a question. Do you prefer to be annexed into the city?
It's immaterial to me. It's going to be her house. Ask her.
Well, then let me
She's
ask
going to build
you.
her house on it.
I don't think I care either way.
Ma'am, could you state your name and address for the record, too? I'm over here. Sorry. Could you state your name and address since you're also providing testimony?
Katie Hodges, 1611 Georgia Avenue, Palm Harbor, Florida.
Thank you.
I do. Would that be the property address? Would that be a Tarpon Springs address? If that's not where you live now, though.
1611 is where I live.
Where this application is for? No, that's vacant land. Okay.
And at this time, have building permits been applied for or anything to build the house on the property we're talking about?
No.
Okay. We have had some cases in recent months where people got halfway through building to county requirements that are sometimes different, and it's created some problems for us. So honestly, I appreciate you bringing it forward
Which is
before
why
you
we-
started construction. All right, well, if there's no further questions of the applicant, we can go to public comments if there are any. Are there members of the public wishing to comment on this item? All right. Seeing for no public comments on this item, does the staff have any rebuttal or closing comments?
No.
Oh, do we have any comments by Zoom? Sorry, yes. I was-
Yeah, there's no Zoom for the Planning and Zoning Board
Okay.
meetings at this point, at least. No rebuttal, thanks.
So then no applicant rebuttal comments. So that brings it back to the board for consideration. Can we have a motion and second, and then we can discuss?
I make a motion, we approve application 22-46.
Second.
All right. Are there members of the commission that have discussion before we call the item?
I have just a point. You know, even though these rules might be unfortunate, what we don't want to have is a situation similar to what we've had in the past. The young lady's going to build her home there, and we don't want you to be caught up in a situation where you're, like our chairman says, you build half the house and then you want to come into the city for some reason. We can avoid all that now, bring you in, welcome you as a citizen of Tarpon Springs, and look forward to you living here for a long time. So that's my 2 bits.
Any other board
Well,
comments?
Since I asked so many questions, it's a beautiful parcel and they're gonna build a beautiful place. But when I read the email that the applicant felt that they would prefer not to be, I just wanted to flesh that out. And that was done. I really appreciate Pat and Renee clarifying that we're required to ask because we're servicing, but they're required to apply, but the idea that we just have to automatically say yes or just do it is not there. Is that they can not be part of it, and we can say no. That this idea that it must be, that's why we have a board and we get to vote. And so I was trying to just move it along a little bit farther, and for myself, understood what the consequences are after that decision. What are they?
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
One of the, it has nothing to do with this application, but one of the concerns that I have, it actually has to do a lot with the annexation process, is our sustainability. I know we always talk with utilities and say they have enough capacity, but as we start, bringing in more and more properties and having to provide utilities, where the county is not providing utilities, does the county get off the hook? I don't know, but our water source, if there was ever a significant drought or something that happened to the water, something that could impact this city's availability or ability to provide water to the residents, and what we're doing is we're diluting the pie, and that's always been a concern. I know we always talk about we have the capacity, but for the record, I just want to know that's always a concern when we're going through this annexation process, because where does it stop? You literally can annex one right after another, all the way to Palm Harbor. Okay, because they're unincorporated, so you literally could go right down the row.
All the way to Dunedin.
It could be, and not that that would ever happen, but you understand, you know, my concern with regard to our ability in this community to provide services, utilities to our population. But that's for a different day, a different discussion.
Any further board comments? Can we have a roll call then?
Mr. Zimbelis?
Vote to approve.
Mr. Koulianos?
Yes.
Mr. Vesey?
Yes.
Mr. Kouskoudis?
Yes.
Mr. Seaman?
Yes. All right, that brings us to application 22-53. It's rezoning of property at 467 Pent Street. Can we have a staff presentation, please?
Yes, Ally Keene, Senior Planner. This property is located just east of here along Pent Street. It's outlined here in red, just west of North Levis Avenue. The applicant is here today requesting to rezone this property from the R70A single-family residential zoning district to the R61 and 2-family residential zoning district. The current land use of the property is RU residential urban, and there's no request to change this. So it's just a strict rezoning request. This is looking at the existing zoning map. Again, the property is outlined in red here on the screen. The immediate area is all within the R70A single-family residential zoning district. However, there is some multifamily zoning district along Ring Street. Obviously, City Hall is in the public, semi-public zoning district. And there are a few parcels along Cypress Street just to the south that have been recently rezoned within the past couple of years to the R60 zoning district, which is what is proposed by the applicant. This property was originally platted back in 1911. This property was originally 2 lots of record, lots 21 and 22. The applicant is requesting the rezoning for the purpose of splitting the lot into 2 lots into the historic lot configuration. They also intend to build another single-family residence on the new lot. There is an existing residence on the property outlined here in blue that will remain with the new proposed lot line, again, following the historic plat line. It would meet the minimum setbacks of the R60 zoning district. There was an old garage or workshop on the property, however, that has been demolished and is no longer there, so there's no setback issues with that for the property to be split if it was to be rezoned. And again, it's in the RU land use category, and that would permit 2 dwelling units on the property, so what's proposed would meet the density allowances. With respect to your rezoning criteria, this application is consistent with the goals and objectives of the comprehensive plan. The use is appropriate to the property in question. The amendment can provide for efficient, orderly development, and the amendment will not adversely impact nor exceed the capacity of the fiscal ability for the city to provide public facilities. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Does any of the board members have questions for staff?
I have a question. Is this in a historic district?
It is not in the historic district.
No, okay.
Are they actually making it 2 separate lots by doing this? Or is it staying 1 lot, but the homes are going to be built on it like it's 2 separate lots?
So the intent is to split the property. In order to split the property, that's why they're requesting the rezoning. The R60 zoning district has lot standards that match the historic plat in terms of width of the lot, the size of the lots, as well as the setbacks are consistent with the R60 zoning district. So with the rezoning, they have the ability to split the property into 2 conforming lots of record with today's code.
Okay, but it's not allowing 2 dwelling units on each lot. It's
Correct. 1
dwelling unit on each lot.
Yeah, and for further clarity too, in the R60 zoning district, even though it's a 1 and 2 family zoning district, for a single family home, there's certain lot size standards. To do a duplex, there's different lot standards. So this property could either be 1 duplex on the entire property or 2 single family homes on 2 individual lots.
Okay. Any other questions for staff?
So basically, on its own, Lot 22 is a conforming lot if it was on its own.
Correct.
Okay, so, but it's under common ownership, Lot 1, so even if they do a separation, Lot 21 will be a conforming lot.
Correct.
All right, if there's no further staff questions, would the applicant like to make a presentation? Okay. Does any members of the board have questions for the applicant? No? Okay. Are there any members of the public here to comment on this item? Seeing none, do we have any communication by email or letters?
We did not receive any.
No. All right. I guess that brings us down to needing a motion and a second so that the board can discuss.
I make a motion, we approve application 22-53.
Second it.
Is there any discussion among the commissioners? Can we have a roll call, please?
Mr. Zimbalist?
Yes.
Mr. Koulianos?
Yes.
Mr. Vesey?
Yes.
Mr. Kouskoudis?
Yes.
Mr. Seaman?
Yes.
I just want to thank you for giving me a promotion to commissioner.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry. Wrong word.
Chair, before we move on to the next item, I had a housekeeping. I need a clarification. On the last application, there were 3 ordinances, 15, 16, and 17. Were we supposed to vote on those individually?
We were just discussing that. Were you eavesdropping?
Oh, I was. You know,
No.
I can't hear that good, but that's not what I was hearing.
It would be cleaner to go back and vote on each of the 3 requests, 3 ordinances, and make sure it's clear that you're approving or recommending approval of all 3.
Yes.
So if we could step back, that would be preferable.
Revisit item number 4. I need a motion and second
Number
on
4.
21-103.
Number 4 was deferred.
Okay. Never mind.
Item 5.
Item number 5.
Okay. We need a motion first on the annexation of the property.
Chair, I'd make a motion that we approve ordinance 22-15.
Second.
Can we have a roll call?
Just for point of order, since I was the one who made that motion, do I have to be the one to adjust? Doesn't have to be that way, okay.
I think you could, it would not, it doesn't matter that, we're kind of starting over, so it's okay
Doesn't
if you
matter.
don't, I don't
Okay.
think it
I was
matters.
just wondering.
You the second on that one?
Yeah, second.
Can we have a roll call?
Mr. Zimbalist?
Yes.
Mr. Koulianos?
Yes.
Mr. Vesey?
Yes.
Mr. Kouskoudis?
Yes.
Mr. Seaman?
Yes. All right, that brings us to the future land use map amendment part of it.
Chair, I'd like to motion that we approve ordinance 2022-16.
Second.
Can we have a roll call?
Yeah, future land use is 17, but
So you've already done 15. So
I-
the next one
Call me
listed,
crazy, 15, 16, 17.
you think,
I know, but these are the numbers the clerk gave me, so that's what I have
the
to
amendment,
use.
the amendment of the future land use map is ordinance 2022-17.
I'll amend my motion to approve ordinance 2022-17.
Second.
Can we have a roll call?
Mr. Zimbalist?
Yes.
Mr. Koulianos?
Yes.
Mr. Vesey?
Yes.
Mr. Kouskoudis?
Yes.
Mr. Seaman?
Yes. That
Chair, I'd
bring-
like to motion that we approve ordinance 2022-16.
Second.
Can we have a roll call?
Mr. Zimbalist?
Yes.
Mr. Koulianos?
Yes.
Mr. Vesey?
Yes.
Mr. Kouskoudis?
Yes.
Mr. Seaman?
Yes. All right, that brings us forward to item number 8, application 22-71. It's a conditional use to allow a hotel in the T4C transect zone on property on the east side of Roosevelt Boulevard between Cross Street and Dodecanese.
Can I ask for a,
Short break?
yeah.
Okay,
It's gonna be long.
before we delve into this item, let's take a 5-minute break. let's resume. I think we were about to begin the staff presentation.
Yes. Allie Keene, Senior Planner. As all of you are aware, you did have a similar application before you back in May. In an effort to address some of the concerns that were raised at that meeting by both the Planning and Zoning Board members as well as members of the public, the applicant did choose to withdraw that original request and submit the new request that you'll have here tonight for consideration. They've also chosen to work with a different hotel, specifically the Cambria brand of the Choice Hotels. This brand has some more design flexibility than their previous one they were working with. As a reminder, the property is located off of Roosevelt Boulevard and Hill Street. There are 3 parcels on the east side of Roosevelt Boulevard that are the hotel development site. There's also an out parcel that's a part of this property that is not proposed for any sort of development at this time, but it is used in consideration of the density. This property, again, is located within the city's special area plan. The map that's shown here is the Smart Codes Transect map, and this particular subject site falls within 2 different transect zones, the T5C zone to the north and the T4A zone to the south. Again, the applicants are here today requesting conditional use approval to allow a hotel within the T4A transect. This property is approximately 1.91 acres in size, and that does include, again, the out parcel to the west. The current land use is CRD, which is the Community Redevelopment District. Specifically, it's within the Sponge Docks Character District. And again, it's between both the T5C and T4A transect zones. The T4A district requires conditional use approval for a hotel, whereas within the T5C district, hotels are a permitted use by right. They are proposing a hotel with up to 108 rooms on a total of 5 stories. 4 of those are habitable stories, and they're above 1 story of parking. This is a look at the conceptual site plan. Probably the biggest difference between the previous application and today's application is they are no longer requesting the vacation of Hill Street. Instead, they have moved the hotel building within the center parcel and fronting along Roosevelt Boulevard. They're proposing to use the parcel to the north and to the south as surface parking for the hotel use. And I should state that obviously I've turned this here so it fits better on the screen, and north is pointing to the left. The applicant has also provided 2 different design options. We've included both of those options in the presentation for you to review and for consideration. This is option 1, and I should also mention that both design options do not change the overall building layout or site layout or landscaping plans that were provided with you in your packet. It merely just changes the facade treatments. In this particular design element, they're looking at using brick, rusticated concrete block, as well as some stucco and masonry. They're proposing a barrel tile roof, some decorative railings for the balconies, and a portico that provides the main entrance from Roosevelt Boulevard. This top picture here is the west elevation along Roosevelt Boulevard. The elevation below is the east elevation or the rear of the building. This is just another look at the elevation. This is looking along Roosevelt Boulevard. This is looking towards the northeast, and this is just showing some of the variation in the building's frontage. And then again, this is the view from Hill Street looking towards the back of the building. This is design option 2 that was provided for review. The main difference is instead of using brick on the building, they're proposing to use elements of wood. They're also proposing a different decorative railing style. And then it's still a barrel tile roof. It's a little hard to see on this screen here, but it's a white or cream in color rather than the terracotta or orange color. They're also still proposing the rusticated concrete block for this pedestrian wall along the front of the building. And this is looking at the Roosevelt Boulevard frontage. Here's looking northeast along Roosevelt Boulevard. This is kind of at the Roosevelt Boulevard and Hill Street intersection. This is the rear of the building looking west. And this is just a closer image of the main entrance from Roosevelt Boulevard. As a reminder, all conditional use reviews have a set of 7 review criteria. Those are listed here on the screen. Similar to what we did in the last application, is this presentation as well as your staff report were formatted on a basic of topic areas. All those topic areas are for the board to consider when looking at these criteria and making your recommendation to the Board of Commissioners. First, the special area plan considerations. Again, this plan was adopted back in 2011. It recognizes the unique history, culture, and development pattern of the area. Specifically, this property is located within the Sponge Docks Character District, and that is the black outlined area here. The intent of that district was to continue to support the working waterfront and the tourist trade. There are a series of different objectives within that character district, one of which states to provide tourist accommodations within walking distance to tourist destinations in the Sponge Docks. The Sponge Docks Character District further incentivizes hotel development by allowing an increased height allowance of 4 to 6 stories, increased FAR of 2.0, and it also allows up to 60 lodging units per acre. When looking at height, the applicants again are proposing a 5-story structure. It's 4 habitable stories above 1 story of parking. As far as measurements of height, they're proposing to the top of the roof deck 54 feet, to the top of the parapet or the top of the eave is 58 feet. When looking at the smart code allowances for height, they provide different clearance allowances for each floor. If the applicant were to take full advantage of the smart code allowance, they could have for a 5-story building up to 81 feet in height. When looking at other conventional zoning districts within the Land Development Code for comparison, the WD1 district, which is the former zoning district this property was a part of prior to the special area plan going into place, it does allow hotels by right, and it does allow a maximum of 50 feet in height. The HB district, which is the highway business district, is primarily found along the US 19 corridor. That was recently amended in 2019 to specifically allow hotels to have a height up to 70 feet. And this bottom picture is depicting design option 1. Next is the ground elevation change. There is a significant topography change for this property when going from the east to the west. The red lines on this map indicate the higher elevations, the yellows are the lower elevation. From basically the east side of the site to the west side, there's approximately 7-foot elevation change. From the top of Hope Street down to Roosevelt Boulevard, there's approximately 11, 12-foot elevation change. A few area images. This is looking at northeast along Hill Street at the Hill Street and Roosevelt Boulevard intersection, showing some of the topography change. This is looking south along Roosevelt Boulevard at some of the surrounding area. And then this is looking south again around Roosevelt Boulevard and just calling out some different development in the area. This is the former Greek Hall, which is now a retail establishment. The site is right here. The Turtle Cove Marina is just to the southwest, and there's some 3-story townhomes further south off of Hope Street. And then this is looking north towards Dodecanese Boulevard and towards the Sponge Docks. Just to provide some comparisons with existing development within the city, we looked at some buildings that are within the immediate area as well as outside of the immediate area. The Turtle Cove Marina is approximately 45 to 50 feet in height, and that again is to the southwest of the site. The former Greek Hall, when measured from the subject site, is approximately 35 feet in height, and the tallest structure within the city limits is Tarpon Tower, and that is approximately 70 feet in height. And this bottom picture is depicting design option 2. Next, when looking at the smart code, if the conditional use is approved, the next step in the process is to apply for site plan approval. At that time, staff will verify that all development regulations and requirements of the smart code have been met. During the review of this conditional use application, we did a preliminary overlook of the smart code and did not identify any sort of significant inconsistencies with the code. Overall, the smart code looks to enhance the pedestrian environment by pushing buildings closer to the street, having interaction between buildings and the public spaces, and they are doing that by situating the building along the Roosevelt frontage. So the building orientation is consistent with the smart code requirements.
Additionally, the pedestrian access and main entrance to the building is from Roosevelt Boulevard, which is the primary frontage for the property. Other considerations that will be verified during site plan process are parking lot screening, specifically making sure landscaping and/or street wall is provided for any open parking areas, and as well as the parking location for the parking underneath the building. When looking at the comprehensive plan, this property again has a land use designation of CRD, Community Redevelopment District, and that district specifically refers to the special area plan for general use allowances and density and intensity requirements. The proposed application is consistent with the special area plan standards. We did look for this application at the other elements of the comprehensive plan, and we did find a few goals and objectives that were relevant within the future land use element, which are listed here on the screen. The first is Goal 1, protect the cultural heritage, historic resources, tourist economy, and environmental setting of Tarpon Springs. Objective 1.2, encourage redevelopment and renewal of the city's designated CRA and promote the Sponge Docks tourist area. Policy 3.4.2, prohibit development proposals which promote the proliferation of urban sprawl. Urban sprawl shall be contained through the use of infill development of vacant properties, compact growth contiguous to the existing developed area, and the provision of public services and facilities in a cost-effective manner which maximizes the use of existing facilities that are in place. And lastly, Goal 7, promote development of temporary lodging facilities within the city to serve the growing tourist industry within the city of Tarpon Springs. As you know, this property is located within the Greektown area. This is a nationally recognized historic area. It recognizes the cultural history, but it does not necessarily establish any specific design requirements. Within Greektown, there's really a variety of building types and uses, which include residential, commercial, and marine-related industrial. With the revised design options with this application, the applicant proposed to incorporate some of the residential and non-residential design elements that were seen throughout Greektown and that were also specifically called out within the historic registration form. So I just called out a few of those here for each of the design options. For option 1, they are proposing the use of, again, rusticated concrete block, which is found throughout the area for the pedestrian wall as well as at the base of the building. They're proposing stucco or masonry and brick for the facade of the building. Some decorative, simple decorative balcony railings, the arches and design of the area for the parking, as well as the roofline pitch and the use of the barrel tile material. Similar with design option 2, with the exception of the use of brick for the facade treatment. Again, they propose to use wood treatment in place of that. They've also used a different railing design than the other proposal. When considering some environmental considerations, this property is located within the AE flood zone. They will be required to meet all applicable FEMA construction standards for elevation and floodproofing. All of that is verified at the site plan process as well as the building permit process. This property is also located within the coastal high hazard area, which is the map shown here on the screen. Typically, residential development, which is what's permitted by right in the T4A zone, is discouraged within the coastal high hazard area, so the proposed use for non-residential is more consistent and compatible with the coastal high hazard area. When looking at context and compatibility, the surrounding the site to the north and to the west is primarily surface parking. The Turtle Cove Marina, again, is to the southwest. Sponge Docks, obviously, to the north of the site. There are 3 existing single-family structures immediately to the east of the property. The southernmost house is a approved short-term rental property. The one highlighted in red is a homesteaded residential property, and the one to the north is also a single-family residence. With respect to being walkable to the Sponge Docks, this property is also within close proximity to the heart of downtown. It's less than 1 mile away to both downtown and the Pinellas Trail. As a part of this application, the applicants did provide a preliminary traffic assessment based off of the ITE manual for trip generation. It states that this proposed use would generate daily trips of 863. The AM peak hour trips would be 50, and the PM peak hour trips would be 64. It is important to note that the proximity to the tourist destinations will likely reduce the total number of vehicular trips. However, staff has requested that a traffic study and transportation management plan be submitted with the site plan if this conditional use application is approved, just to mitigate any sort of potential impacts. And lastly, Karen Lemons, our economic development manager, provided some facts and figures as far as the economic impact of this proposed project. Specifically within the 2016 economic impact study, it stated that the city attracts 1.1 million visitors annually, and of those, 86% are only day visitors. So a new hotel within the tourist area will increase overnight visitor stay and have direct impacts on area shops, restaurants, and tourist attractions. So full circle back to your conditional use criteria. With respect to the land development code, again, upon approval of the conditional use, the applicant will submit the site for site plan approval. We did do a preliminary review and did not identify any sort of conflicting standards within the code. Number 2, the site is within a mixed use area consisting of retail establishments, restaurants, marine-related industrial uses, and residential uses. The area is within the special area plan, specifically the Sponge Docks Character District, which encourages the development of lodging facilities and to accommodate tourists. The use is consistent with the city's comprehensive plan, more specifically with the special area plan. The site is not proposed on an environmentally sensitive site. It is located within the nationally recognized Greektown Historic Area. The site is generally surrounded by commercial uses and parking. However, there are 3 single-family residences to the east of the site, one of which is homesteaded. Although the site is mostly surrounded by non-residential uses, there may be some impact to those single-family residences. Number 6, there are existing facilities within the area to serve the property, and there is capacity. An in-depth review will be conducted during the site plan process to ensure that this site is adequately served. If there are any requirements to upgrade or extend utility service for this project, it would be at the expense of the applicant. And additionally, we are again requesting a traffic study and transportation management plan as a part of the site plan process. And lastly, the proposed project does represent infill development of a vacant parcel within the developed area of the city. With respect to the staff recommendation for Resolution 2022-23, we do recognize, again, the significance and impact of this potential project for the Sponge Docks. So in lieu of our formal recommendation, we've provided you a list of findings and information to help you with your consideration of the criteria and to provide you information for your recommendation to the Board of Commissioners. If you do choose to recommend approval, staff does have 4 recommended conditions listed here. The first is that they provide an evacuation plan in the event of a hurricane. The second is that the future development of the out parcel to the west would account for hotel density. The third is to provide a traffic study and transportation management plan with the site plan. And the last, the site plan must be approved within 1 year of the conditional use approval. With that, I'll turn it back to the board, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I have one question related to the height, and it may have to be for the applicant when they get up, but the 54 and 58 foot dimensions, what's the starting point for that? Is that mean flood elevation? Is it the ground at the lowest part of the site? Is it the ground at the highest part of the site?
I'll defer to the applicant, but I believe it's from finished grade.
It's from what?
Finished grade. So from the ground to the top of the building.
Well, I mean, what I'm getting at is what is finished grade? Is that mean flood?
Mm-hmm.
Is it starting at the lower side of the property?
So how we
Is
would,
it at the
how we would
higher
measure the
side?
height is the parking is counted towards your height. Anything, even if it's elevated for flood purposes, it counts towards the height allowance. So it's from the finished grade to the top. But they can probably provide more detailed information.
I think what he's asking is the height, the elevation starting at Roosevelt, or is it at the back part of the property?
That I'll defer to the applicant. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, what I was trying to get at is the overall effect of the profile of the building is a lot different if the starting point is at the lower side of the site than it is 8 feet or more up at the other side of the site. That was, so, yeah, I'll bring that one back when they're up. Any other questions of staff?
Yes, I have. Is the northwest parcel part of this application?
It is part of the application in terms of, it's part of the site. They're not proposing any sort of development on the property. Just trying to get to the map here for you. There we go. And it is used when the calculation for hotel density. In the future, if this were to be developed, it doesn't necessarily take away the right to develop that property. It takes away the right to develop any sort of hotel density that's accommodated on the other site.
So if I understand you correctly, they're using that as part of calculating their density,
Correct.
but yet they're not going to use it for any form of development.
At this time, that's not proposed, no.
Is that acceptable?
Typically, we look at a parcel as a, not a parcel by parcel, we look at it as a site. This is their entire site. They're proposing to do physical development here, so this can count towards their site.
And that makes sense to you?
That doesn't make sense.
Yes.
So they're just, forgive me, I didn't, you probably have
No,
another
no,
question.
I'm echoing what you're saying. It doesn't make sense. They're using it for the means of calculating density, but they have no intention, based off of the application and what I've seen for conditional, to use that as a means of saying we're going to develop that.
Not for this particular project, but like I said, this is typical practice of how we calculate for a site. This is all going to be under their ownership. It's all one site. They're proposing to physically develop this portion of the site, but this can be calculated towards the density. This does not prevent them from doing anything on this parcel in the future, but they can't double count any sort of hotel density.
I got a part two to the question, if I may.
Please.
Is that parcel part of Santorini Development? Is there a
Yes.
purchase agreement for that parcel as well?
Yes. Yes, this is all one piece. All the same ownership currently, and
Now, if it's required for the calculations of the density of the hotel to work out, then how can it in the future be allowed to be built anything on?
because hotel density is different. So you've got hotel density, you've got residential density, you have FAR, which is your non-residential density. This basically takes away hotel density. So say in the future, and some FAR, yes, because you have a total FAR of 2.0 on the entire site. So those, you have to look at it as a whole. So it limits what could be here in the future, but doesn't necessarily eliminate any sort of development.
But it benefits the development by including that piece of land to give them maximum density.
Yes, because it's all one site.
Along the same line, just a quick question. And I know we're not looking at that previous application, but it does, if my memory serves, I think there were 99 rooms in the previous application, and now we have 108 rooms. And was that perhaps a function of adding this additional parcel?
No, this was always calculated in here, but we wanted to further clarify in this application. But it's always been a part of the site. The 1.91 acres has always been the total acreage.
Okay. Can I
We
ask
just wanted to
another
provide
question?
more clarification.
Hi, and that was a great presentation, by the way, and what a great package. So that I can understand what you obviously understand and makes perfect sense to you, but it doesn't to me, that there's this lot of land that they get to take value from in density and put it with the other ones. But in the future, that could become a mini mall.
Only if they're limited by FAR. So whatever the hotel's FAR is, so that's basically the amount of square footage on the property. They're allowed to have 2.0, so 2 times the amount of square footage.
Okay.
So that would be counted. Whatever's left over potentially could be built.
Please.
So we haven't reverse engineered the project at this point to say what could be left over on this piece of land. They could opt to put parking on it, just like they're doing on the other parcel. I will tell you, for your consideration, you have the ability, this is a conditional use, and you're looking at all of this, even though the hotel is proposed on not all of the property. But you can condition this with respect to what happens on the entirety of this property. So keep that in mind.
You must be a mind reader, because I have that in my notes already, is that we could condition, but, and I want to just take this one step farther. 20 years from now, maybe that lot just stayed grass, or turned into a retention pond. 20 years from now, that lot is cut off and sold to someone else. What mechanism is put in place so that someone else doesn't build another 4-story hotel there? Because that stuff happens.
It does. So the proper way to achieve that, one, is you would have the condition of approval that, you know, would limit that in whatever way that you might want to
Within this resolution?
within this resolution.
Thank you.
And then further, you know, a restrictive covenant on the property that gets recorded so that in the future, hopefully someone does a title search on a property, that it pops up in a title search if it tries to get sold off or anything like that. So at least there's a recorded mechanism in the public records forever.
Thank you very much.
Are there further questions for staff?
Mike, you want to go? Yeah, I've got a hodgepodge of questions here. Okay, so referring back to one of our prior proposals, the comprehensive plan discusses trips in and out of any location, correct?
It alludes to yes, but
Okay.
it refers to a manual.
Yeah, and in the comprehensive plan, it talks about if you have more than 51 trips out of any single location, you have to have mitigation of traffic, right?
Correct me if I'm wrong, it specifically calls out if it's with a deficient roadway, which Alt 19 is the one that's called out here, and it is not classified as deficient at this time. However, in an abundance of caution and knowing the concerns that we have, that's why staff's recommended that they do a traffic study and transportation management plan with the site plan if this conditional use is approved, just to cover those bases, call out any potential impacts that might be.
So, I'll respond to that, and let me just touch on something here. So, again, with the 51 trips, that there has to be mitigation, you've got, Mike, one of the obvious concerns there, we've had these conversations before, Roosevelt is one of the exit streets, which floods pretty much daily, and is not it's a bumpy little road, right? Dodecanese is the main drag, but it's busy, it's sometimes got trucks delivering things. So I understand what you're saying about that you would ask for a traffic study, but we're asked to vote on this, yet these are significant concerns. And then will we ever see it again when the study is done?
At the site plan process, so.
But it will come back to us?
Yes, correct. Site plans come back to the Planning and Zoning Board as well as the Board of Commissioners. So there's another time for you to review it with all the specific details.
Okay.
Because right now, the conditional use is just specifically the use. But like I said, that you'll see it again at the site plan process.
Okay. And this is a little nitpicky thing, but you went up to the parapet, but you didn't go to the top of the roof on the, when you measured the height. Do you know how much higher that is?
I believe that's the 58 feet. That might just be my
No, you
my
just went to the-
arrows.
If you can see where you went.
It might just be how my arrows are drawn
Well.
in PowerPoint. It's not as precise as I'd like it to be. Oops, sorry.
Right there. Went back.
Yes.
So you
So
went
the
to the top
54
of it.
is the roof deck, and I believe the 58
No,
should
what
be.
about that? Well, no, right there, you got your
Here.
little thing. But
Mm-hmm.
how high is that?
I believe it's 58 feet, but I'll defer to the applicant to clarify.
But it's-
If I may,
But you show 58 feet to the start of that roof line right there. Right.
To the highest eave is where the 58 feet is.
All right, so that doesn't include that little pitch on the
I
roof.
believe these are the elevator shafts. I would defer you
But
to talk to the
I think
applicant.
this is, it's the same thing that was done on the last one.
Yes.
You just
Yes,
kind
it
of left
is.
off that little part, okay.
Yeah.
That would have put it like 60 feet. Maybe it's psychological, yeah. Okay, so is there going to be any food served at this hotel?
I'll defer to the applicant on that one.
Okay, all right. if we approve a hotel, is it limited to just the definition of a hotel?
It's limited to a hotel, yes, but it's also limited to the purviews of this application.
Well, my point is, it cannot be, is it possible that it could be converted to any other type of permanent dwelling?
No.
Like,
I know what you're, converted to
Yeah.
residential units essentially.
yeah, like what happened in the Gondolier Motel.
Yeah, the short answer is no. You have a residential density of not exceeding 15 units to the acre. That's what's allowed by right as residential. So they would have to find a way to dramatically somehow, combine units or something like that. And again, I would recommend that, if you want to make that even more, I mean, I'm telling you right
But it
now, the
could- but
codes
it could
don't
be-
allow it, but it could be a condition of approval.
Could it be rented by the week or by the month and still be a hotel? Or still be under this?
Sure.
Which dramatically changes the whole concept of this thing,
I mean,
right? The whole touristy thing.
We don't
is-
define the room rental or the room, the nights that are, we don't put a limit on how many nights you can or cannot rent in a hotel. That's not part of our,
But it changes.
not part of our
but it changes,
regulations.
the character of what we're trying to attract into Tarpon Springs, right? We're trying to attract tourists. We're not trying to attract people that would stay in a unit for a month or longer as a dwelling.
I would defer to the applicant on the kind of how that particular hotel brand operates, and if there's a limit on the number of nights that someone could potentially stay there.
Again, this whole thing's being presented to us as a hotel.
Sure.
Cambria.
Sure.
Last time it was Hilton, but it's a hotel. Okay. Just for our own point of reference, I know this is a new application, but do we have a copy of the previous conditions that were in our last approval?
I can pull those up if you'd like. I don't have them right in front of me. I can pull them
Okay.
up if you need to.
That might be helpful for the other members as well.
Can I add to John, before you pull them up, I want to add the part two to your question. With regards to question
Pull your
about-
mic down, pull your mic down.
With regards to the stay, is there an ordinance that dictates how long a hotel applicant can stay?
Not
Okay,
that I'm
so there
aware
is nothing in Tarpon
Not that I'm
Springs.
aware of, no.
Thank you. That's all I just wanted to know.
The answer to your question, John, is yes. I'd like to see what the recommendations were from the last.
Yeah.
Are there further questions of staff?
Yes.
Oh, she's checking, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Maybe Renee can answer.
Just give me a moment. If you have another question, I'm happy to answer.
I have a question with regards to the conditional use recommendation number 6.
Okay.
As I understood you to say, it's kind of limited, in my opinion, from what I heard, to traffic study and traffic management plan. I've got concerns about Tarpon Springs drainage impacts, as well as Tarpon Springs roadway impacts as a result. Is there the ability to add those so that we can have an impact study on our existing drainage structure? Yet we don't know their proposed drainage system and what they're going to design, but it still may have an impact on our existing drainage network, as
So-
well as our roadway.
So that typically is reviewed and addressed during the site plan approval process. We have a stormwater manual. When they submit the application to us, they have to basically demonstrate that they meet all the requirements of our stormwater manual, and we do have a consultant that reviews that at that time. What they are proposing to use at this time are the use of underground vaults. But again, that goes through a review process, make sure that they function properly and meet the standards of the city. So that is something that is looked at in detail. And also, as mentioned in that condition, is If during that in-depth review, any sort of, improvements or extensions of our existing services are needed, it's at the responsibility of the applicant to serve the project.
But the study
But we do know that there are facilities in the area, there is capacity to serve. It's just a matter of doing the full in-depth review once we have all of the proper calculations that you get with site plan.
But the study of the drainage, our drainage system and our roadway system will be studied by the city staffers or the city engineers?
That will get looked at by our engineer of record for stormwater review. But I mean, again, this is a conditional use, and so if there's something above and beyond or that you want to, put as a condition, you can. I wanted to put this in the record because regarding lodging, so the definition of lodging in the SMART code, which is what is applicable here, it says premises available for daily and weekly renting of bedrooms.
Daily, weekly.
So that's what we have for a lodging definition.
Thank you.
One more thing, I'm sorry. The actual hotel definition says a group of lodging units exceeding 12 units that may provide services for dining, meeting, and recreation. So,
Have your previous conditions pulled. So with your recommendation, for the previous application, there were 3 staff conditions that were included. Those were 1, an evacuation plan in the event of a hurricane shall be provided at the time of site plan approval. 2, approval of the conditional use was contingent on the partial vacation of Hill Street. And 3, that a site plan must be approved within 1 year of conditional use approval. The board added 4 conditions. The first was to allow a 4-story maximum. 2, no restaurant or bar on site. 3, the vacation of right-of-way of Hill Street must be addressed prior to site plan being brought forward. And 4, the hotel must be designed so that the cultural heritage of the Sponge Docks is preserved.
What was number 3?
The vacation of right-of-way of Hill Street.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And number 4 was?
The hotel must be designed so that the cultural heritage of the Sponge Docks is preserved.
Chair, I have a question, if I may.
Go ahead.
There's an alley back there. What's up with the alley?
With the proposed concept plan that they have now, they're not proposing to do anything with that.
Alley's gonna stay, not be vacated, even though part of it, on paper, kind of cruises right through the middle of the,
So you can have
Plan.
drive access through the alley. Here we go. So the alley you're talking about is this, it's about 10 foot wide, unimproved
Yes.
along here, and it cuts through the site here. You can have drive access through here. One thing that we've noted and would be picked up in the site plan approval is you can't have parking within it. So they might lose 1 space there, but you can have cross access
so
for a drive.
it
But the
seems pretty
building is
nice that there was
all on here.
consideration made to the other adjacent property owners that the alley is more or less being preserved, more or less.
With this conceptual plan, they're not proposing to vacate it.
Thank you.
Who owns the alley?
It's public right of way.
So the public right-of-way is gonna go through their parking lot?
Yes. Yeah, this is an old platted piece of alleyway that, there's nothing there right now, it's just grass, but they're proposing to leave it as it is. So it's an additional 10 feet between the adjacent properties to the east is really what it benefits.
Can they block people from going through it?
No,
They can't?
no.
Okay.
Are there kitchen facilities in these units?
No, not that I'm aware of.
There were in the last one.
Yes, the last was a different, model.
Question for you. This falls within the Greektown Historic area, but there are no, at this point, there have been no specific design criteria that have been adopted.
Correct.
Do you know if they're working on design criteria?
Not that I'm aware of.
So we have had a request to evaluate and potentially bring forward design criteria for the Greektown area. it's honestly not on the radar to be looked at probably until after we get this, the update of the special, the comprehensive plan done. We have a workload, issue. So the current plan would be, to dive into that sometime, probably late spring, early summer of next year.
Okay.
Unless I get directed by the Board of Commissioners to do it sooner.
Okay. Is there a committee?
Nothing is, not yet, no.
There's no organization called?
No. Oh, there's a private organization
Okay.
that, it's a 501, not-for-profit, but they're not, I'm sure we will work with them because they are the ones requesting the design guidelines.
Okay, has anybody on this particular project reached out to them? I know the developer has gone out and solicited support for this project. and
I'll
I
have to
don't know if
defer
they've
to the
gone out and
developers to who
solicited
he's talked
support.
with.
So.
Any further questions for staff? All right. Seeing none, would the applicant like to make a presentation?
I don't even think I'm gonna use it. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Board. Katie Cole with the law firm of Hill Ward Henderson, representing the applicant, Mr. Fritsch. Also with me tonight is the architect of record, the engineers, and the applicant himself here to answer questions. I had prepared a PowerPoint, but candidly, it doesn't show any more information than what the very thorough staff report did, so I don't know that there's any need to flip through those slides. I think I did want to talk through just a few things. And one, this is a new request for conditional use. After the last board meeting, the applicant had every right to move that application forward and even accept the conditions that you provided. But in working with staff and because of the request of this board, instead of moving that forward as a recommendation of approval with conditions, the staff and the applicant felt that to be respectful of that request, it would withdraw its current request and redesign the project respectful of those conditions. And that's what the applicant has, and the conditional use before you tonight does that. The one condition, obviously, that I'm sure you all are going to point out to me is the height. And there are two things I'd like to say on that. Is one, when you look at a site plan, there's generally for a hotel, which as you've seen over and over again in your comprehensive plan and in the special area plan, is a preferred and desired use in the sponge docks area. A preferred and desired use in the sponge docks area. To make a financially viable hotel, it's generally 100 rooms. To fit 100 rooms, there has to be a certain accommodation. The applicant sought out an alternative brand that eliminated kitchenettes, and so to allow these rooms to be smaller. To fit these now 108 rooms, but in final design, that gets figured out at that point. On the smallest, this portion of the property that had the least impact to the neighbors and to the general public, by not requesting a vacation of Hill Street, not requesting any impact to the existing alleys. So this was all done in relation to the last recommendation of approval. The applicant then also met with the Sponge Docks Merchants Association. They did meet with the Greektown Historic Society and talked about what types of designs could fit in here. I know you all received a letter with a number of photos of various buildings around Tarpon Springs. I think we all could have gone around and taken hundreds of photos of every single different architectural environment that exists in Tarpon Springs, because that's one of the things that makes Tarpon Springs special, the eclectic nature of each individual block, and how on each block you might have a Florida vernacular next to a brick building, next to an Art Deco building as exhibited around the town. The architect took that conversation, and while there was not a specific recommendation at that meeting of a specific design, he took that input and created these two options. These aren't necessarily options for you to choose from. You're not here to say, I like A better than B, although certainly, as has been pointed out, it's a conditional use, you could. I think what's very important is that the architect continues to refine what will come back to you at site plan approval for your approval. But today, it's extremely important to recognize that this request is to approve the use as a hotel in this portion of the property of which the transect requires a conditional use. So as you saw on the map, there are several parcels that are included in this request. The countywide rules in the city code and the city comprehensive plan allow what's called density averaging, and that was done on the last application. It's done on this application, and it goes and it takes what is the overall acreage to calculate density and intensity. It means that those hotel room units and a reduced FAR would be on that other site. So that's what is permitted. It's restricting by virtue of the density averaging what could go on that out parcel, which has always been the case. The largest of the three parcels, and the reason we're here, is the one that requires the conditional use. By squeezing a by right building, which is permitted at 4 to 6 stories, otherwise in the special area plan, the building could end up even taller. And that's not what the community desires, that's not what the applicant desires. Just to be responsive to a few specifics, the staff went through and showed how 4 to 6 stories in height in the special area plan, based on floor to ceiling heights and how that's calculated, could end up to be 80 feet maximum. But this proposal is for 58 feet maximum. And it is from grade, not from design flood elevation or base flood elevation. And the grade, as you saw, has an 11 or 12-foot difference between the east and the west. And this is measured from about grade level of 6 foot, because that's the average between where the building actually sits. So it goes from 6 foot to 58 feet. It's interesting that the special area plan measures by stories only, not by height. And so even reducing this 1 story doesn't mandate a reduction in height necessarily. This is all something to be considered by the commission and by this board during the site plan approval. And yes, the applicant has not gone out to solicit support. Support has come to the applicant, because as exhibited by the petitions in your package, over 150 people signed that petition to say this is a good thing. And why is it a good thing? Your commission thinks it's a good thing. The city approved a comprehensive plan, a land development code, and a special area plan that says tourism is important to Tarpon Springs and tourism is important to the Sponge Docks. And that is why we're here today. The applicant is here and he can speak about the brands and how this brand gives the flexibility in some of the design choices, as is the architect. But with that, I can see we have antsy pants, and so we're sure that we want to ask a lot of questions, and I'm happy to answer those. So.
Well, first of all, you sound like a threat when you say we could build 80 feet, okay?
No, sir, I was just repeating what the staff explained in its presentation.
All right, but I took it as a threat that we could build the 80 feet if we want to. And you know what? We do need a hotel. We do need a hotel. I think the support is the fact that we need a hotel, okay? I think that's, I think everybody supports that. That's why you have 150 signatures on the petition. But it's important, and people have approached me who've signed that petition, but they want to make sure that it complies with the overall architectural integrity of the area. Yeah, you could go through Tarpon Springs to take pictures of the various types of buildings. There are some modern buildings down at the Sponge Docks, but that was before, and that goes back over 20 years ago. You know, the idea now is to preserve the heritage. That's why there's a board to preserve the heritage. That's why there's a designation to preserve the heritage in that area. So the design criteria needs to be consistent with that. Whether we have design requirements in place or not, that's still important. And you're right, somebody did submit a letter with some photographs, and ironically, almost all the photographs, if not all the photographs, are of the Sponge Dock area of the buildings and not scattered through town. So when I look at some of the design criteria that was submitted by the applicant to take in consideration when they designed that hotel, quite frankly, it's not consistent with the overall character of that. I appreciate the fact that they went back to the drawing board. And I appreciate the fact where you indicated that they were mindful of our recommendations previously. And I know you've reached out to other hotel chains, but I think our recommendation before, and this board has a right to do, to vote how they want to vote, but was for a 4-story max, not a 5-story max. And so, I don't know if anybody else has any questions or comments with that, what I just said.
Can I comment on the petition? We have a copy here of the petition, and the petition says, petition to approve a hotel on the Sponge Docks, period.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And that's the
pretty broad.
request tonight.
Okay,
It's a
yeah, and
conditional
I'm-
use
yeah,
approval. It's
I
not
know.
a site
But,
plan
but
approval, right?
there's a whole, I can count about 15 relatives of mine that are on here that don't, I promise you, want a hotel that fits and is compatible with our area. So, if somebody's going to put a petition and just say, you like ice cream, everybody's going to sign it. But it's, it's pretty broad. So I just want to make sure that the people in the audience know that the petition merely says that, a hotel. But doesn't say the size of the hotel, doesn't say what it's going to look like, doesn't say anything, just says, do you want a hotel? I would sign it. Yeah, sure, sign it. But again, that's a little misleading.
Well, respectfully,
It's
sir,
a-
the request before you tonight is for a conditional use. It's not for a site plan
But
approval, and
but
there are
with-
no
but with
design
conditions,
criteria
But with
associated.
conditions. Okay, and there's no conditions on this petition. I understand there was a meeting. Who asked for that meeting at the restaurant at the Sponge Docks?
I'll let Mr. Fritsch speak about the meetings he's had, because he hosted a meeting in a couple different places.
The Merchant Society, or whatever you call it, initiated that meeting and asked us to meet with several merchants. We didn't solicit anybody.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Yes,
Introduce
Benedict Fritsche.
With the change in the hotel chain, can you fill us in a little bit
Yeah, I
more
can.
about
As the
Cambria?
gentleman in blue asked us at the very end, asked us last time, could you consider a soft brand, right? We started investigating with Hilton. Hilton's soft brands would be too expensive to build in Tarpon. So we changed to Choice. Choice has over 6,800 hotels in the United States. And they have a brand called Cambria. Cambria is a boutique hotel. They let us do pretty much whatever we would like to do outside and also inside. We have engaged with Jackie Arena's interior design. Her lead designer is from Tarpon Springs, and we will be working very closely also on the interior design to show that we reflect the Sponge Docks, not only in the outside, also in the inside. And the lady from the interior design, at the interior design, was born and raised in Tarpon Springs.
You done?
Go ahead, yeah.
Some questions and some comments. First, I want to acknowledge that y'all have done a good job from where we were to where we are. And I think that is good. So we're making progress. I know that the docks is a collective architectural display of various architectural displays.
I agree very much. They also have regular buildings which don't
Yeah.
reflect nothing in Tarpon Springs.
Yeah.
Like the aquarium.
Yeah.
Like some buildings which follow that.
Agree. So we can agree on that. But we're here, and you're here, to make a change for the better. And
Yes, and we would like to be in Tarpon Springs, and we have met with Miss Tina, who's the lead on the historic Greek town, and she came to the office, met with my architect Pedro, and we listened to what she had to say.
just, as again, since we all can say, for the most part, it is desirable to have a hotel in Tarpon Springs, and it's desirable to have a hotel that fits Tarpon Springs, in my opinion, not in its present condition, but in its future condition. And while we may not have a committee that looks at design and all that, but here's our start. And so I appreciate the change that I've seen in the new illustrations. Just a point of suggestion, since Cambria or Cambia?
Cambria.
Since you're working with them and they seem to have the willingness to allow you to be creative, I suggest don't look within Tarpon Springs for what needs to be Grecian. You can go to any of the Greek islands that pretty much we all live in, we have relatives who live in, and you will find some very interesting Grecian designs that are not complex. They're relatively simple, yet they portray the Grecian theme both in architectural and in color. And I appreciate that I saw the illustrations that were provided to us this week that showed the homes of Greece. In fact, I think it was Simi that you showed those homes. But I would encourage you to look at some Greek hotels on those islands, because you're not far from achieving a good elevation design with some very simple changes in that. And to me, you know, get aside from the elevation debate that we're having as far as height, but I think you will go a long ways with the city and the residents here you'll be part of changing that look down at the docks. And once you do it, you'll be surprised what other merchants will do with their own facilities.
Yeah, what I want to say is we never intend to come here and force something, right? Last meeting, right, we talked about conditional use, right? We didn't talk about architecture. There had to be some drawing or anything, right? This was not, the home tour was not the final product, right? We came here, we listened to what you said. We said we're not going to try to vacate Hill Street anymore. We're going to change some architecture. We can't really go away from the 4 stories, right? Because of the alley. Otherwise, we have to vacate that alley, right? Extend the building, right? To make it lower. But then there's also something you talk about is visual pollution, right? And if a building goes on and on and on, right? It looks also different. And some people might not like that, right? We met with various people, right? We asked questions. Pedro asked questions, right? We asked, what color would you like, right? Why we appreciate their input, most of the questions, people couldn't answer what they want. We're just trying to accommodate. The whole process we're doing is accommodate Tarpon Springs, right? Because otherwise, there is no architecture guidelines, and for whatever reason, we could build a neon yellow building, correct? Yeah. If we would like to, I don't know. I'm just saying, we want to build something you like, right? Maybe more than you like more than us, right? Because we appreciate Tarpon Springs, we know what Tarpon Springs is about and what it means to people.
Yeah, I think you're progressing in the right direction. I'll let your fingers do the walking on Google and search, and you will see, architects, you will see.
Some people refer to this as Greek Disneyland, and we were told not to do that.
No, you need to look. You
No,
just-
if you're talking about,
just
if I would pick Santorini or something, and I was told that, we were told to they keep it close to what tarpon is. That's what I mean, I'm just telling you what I heard. I mean, I will take your
I
advice.
would suggest you do what I've suggested.
I'm not saying it's Greek Disneyland, somebody else said that.
All right, I'm just suggesting what I suggested, and I gave you the preface of what I believe is, don't look at the sponge docks. I mean, the sponge docks right now is a history of from the 1900s to the present, and I think you're bringing something that has the ability to historically change the look of the Greek town. And if you're willing to do that and stay within your economic budget, I think you might be surprised at what you can do by looking beyond.
Yeah, we will do that. We will try that. As I said, we're not trying to force something. We're trying to accommodate people. We had meetings, we invited people to the architect's office, to express their feelings, But I appreciate it. Thank you.
You're quite welcome.
And I think Nick said it well, my thoughts or my feelings with regard to in design concepts. There's something that you know it when you see it, and I'm not an architect to design it, but something that has to be compatible. I mean, I think it's historically important, and like, as Nick said, is to change it, but more of the theme consistent with what made tarpon. And I know that's hard to do. Maybe it's not hard to do if you Google, if you look at some of the hotels. Fortunate,
I think you'll be surprised by the cost. I really do.
Yeah, but everybody we talk to, right, points us in a different direction, right? And that's very difficult to please.
Well,
but again,
All I can do is offer you my Greek perspective as a Greek who owns a home in Greece.
all right.
Yeah.
And I can tell you.
Hi, good evening. Elisa Garcia Friche again, the wife of Benedict Friche. And we'd like to add something, just like he said and mentioned. In our last meeting here with you, you suggested that we met with the town and city residents and merchants, and we did that.
Yeah, that's good.
Especially, we met with Ms. Tina Bukubales, and I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing that correctly.
You said it correctly.
Okay. So, seriously, we really didn't get much input. We got more input in an email that was received just recently with the picture of what the new post mail, I think, house is going to look like. That would have been very helpful if that would have been brought to us when we met with her. When we mentioned to her that, we have been browsing Googling different images of different buildings and different, islands of Greek islands, she told us that's not Tarpon Springs. Tarpon Springs is unique. So we need to really just look at what is here. And what is here is a very eclectic town, like I think everybody agrees. So like my husband said, we're trying to do our best. However, we are reaching out, we're not getting any input, really, any right input, let's put it that way. And we're spending money, time to be here. We want a hotel in Tarpon Springs, just as we heard so many merchants say we want a hotel. However, we haven't had the opportunity of meeting with the right person and to point us in the right direction. This will be the second hotel that is proposed for Tarpon Springs, and it's becoming very, very difficult for any hotelier to decide, okay, is this worth our time and effort? We want it. We want it really bad, and that is why we're spending time, effort, and we have met one-on-one with different people. So with that said, I just want to make sure you understand that we are trying our best. Every direction that we go is a different turn. So thank you.
We all understand it's a very difficult task, and I wish there were design guidelines in place that would help with the process. But I think we're also all kind of saying that we have made good progress, I feel, since the last meeting. But I also think I'm hearing everybody probably saying that we're not quite there yet either. I don't know.
May I ask a question? So is it architecture that we're not quite there yet?
I mean, I can only speak for myself, but that's sort of what I'm hearing from the other other board members.
It's the look, and you, well, and the height, but that's something that we can discuss further. But in my opinion, it's the look, and while the look is close, it's just not giving that feel.
So you suggested we should look up some Greek islands, right? And I appreciate
this Tarpon Springs Greek community is made up of a few islands, and it's the Dodecanese Islands in majority, but there are, you can get some great examples, and your architect can look at it and tell you that, you know, just take the look. If you take the look, okay, you'll understand where I'm coming from. And again, it's my opinion, but I can tell you from the feedback I hear out there.
I understand what you're saying, but since there is no architecture guidelines, we make our own guidelines. So what I'm saying is we're gonna redo it again, right? And come back, and then something is again out of place, and we have to move forward, right? And what we're asking tonight is conditional use, right? And then we go to site plan. And if anybody on this board could like point us in the right direction, or would like to come meet with our architect, right, to help us achieve that, you're certainly all invited.
Let me add a part two to my comments, because the reason why I was focusing on that northwest parcel of land that has no use, doesn't have any intended use, I mean, are you've achieved your density of 108 units by having 4 stories to do that. But you need the parking to support the 4 stories. So why not consider that parcel to be parking, because you'll achieve your parking.
In the future, I think the only thing you can do with this land is parking.
All right, well, let me carry my thought out further. So if you're able to achieve the parking density to meet the 108 units, then why not look at 4 stories? Are you looking at it from the fact that you can't address your drainage? What is holding you to 5 stories?
The 5 stories right now is the alley. We have an alley on the property.
I don't understand what you mean by Eddie.
Alley.
An alley.
And that needs to be
alley?
vacated. And we do not want to go through the process and ask the city to vacate that, right? It's time.
But the alley doesn't interfere with the footprint, does it?
But you can't build over it. You can't have parking on it or anything, as you heard in the presentation. You can't.
Yeah, but if I've noticed, the alley was just basically what, 1 parking space, maybe 2 parking spaces?
Katie, the alley.
Help me out.
So 2 things. One, more specifically, your question. We'll look at the numbers of the out parcel versus the first floor, which is at grade, which is, I think, your question is, does there have to be parking on site? We went through that conversation with Hilton about parking off-site, and we were happy to have that conversation again. Not sure what the answer will be. There are some restrictions from a safety standpoint and otherwise about the guests and from the drop-off, but we will certainly have that conversation. But I think the point of the alley is that, you know, the smaller the developed area of a parcel gets, the yield gets to be a higher building. And that's the trade-off in site design is, do you have your code recommends and encourages in the special area plan having a 0 lot line almost, very front up there, having a full site. This parcel and this accumulation of parcels doesn't necessarily contribute to a full site because of the roadway and the alleys. So therefore, you're limiting the area in which you can construct the building.
Is vacating the alley an option, planning and zoning staff?
I mean,
Oh, I'm sorry.
I can answer that there is a process by which the applicant could request to vacate the alley. At the last meeting, the neighbors and the board expressed a hesitation about vacating any of the alleys or the roadway, and so taking that to heart is what the applicant did.
Thank you.
I'm still confused here. Can I
Yeah, go ahead.
So Mr. Zambilis is saying you bring the building down, right? And then you use the out parcel as parking.
That was
to
his
make up-
suggestion.
I understand.
Suggestion.
So what does that have to do with vacating an alley?
There's an alley on the back and it comes through the property, right next to the building.
Well, I understand, but if,
I know, it
all
doesn't-
all we're doing is taking the same footprint.
I know, that's
bringing
what
it
I don't
down.
understand
How
either.
does that have to do with the alley? It has, I don't think it has anything to do
Those
with
were
the
two
alley.
different questions. One, look at out parcel for parking.
Yes.
Two, an explanation as to why the building height is currently designed as it is because of the alley.
Yeah, but the building, if you bring it to ground
No,
level.
I understand.
The alley is not impacting the building.
Correct.
Oh, okay.
That was the answer to the first question, which is, we will count the spaces, we will look at a parking lot design, we'll have to talk to the brand about whether people can cross the street, we can see how it is.
Good.
And then the answer to the second question is, it is the way it is currently proposed because of the
But
alley in Hill
Let me
Street.
ask you, has the brand approved this concept here?
The brand's been working with the applicant on this,
Okay,
yes.
so they have to cross Hill Street.
Yes,
Okay, so they're already crossing a street.
correct.
Okay.
What-
So the crossing of a street is already part of this proposal.
We haven't designed a parking lot across the street to know whether we would meet minimum parking standards.
Thank you.
One comment architecturally, and it's really beyond our purview probably, but we've kind of gone there already, is the long, kind of flat, boxy facade is something that sort of bothers me a little bit personally. I don't know if I speak for others or not, but if there was some variation, and I realize that costs rooms, but if the end stepped down and kind of built it up out of the ground, that kind of effect, I think that would help the architecture be more sensitive to the area.
Pedro Chamachumbi, lead designer at DLW Architects. The elevations that you're seeing towards the back, they're 2D, so it does look flat.
Yeah.
There is some changes in protrusions and as well as angles on there, so I wouldn't call it a boxy or a flat facade. There's definitely some changes in shapes, different shapes, as well as the roof lines. That's why there's different heights in the roof lines, just to break that monotony or that flatness.
I do understand that, but I'm picturing things where there's actual variation in height, where this form is all one height. And I understand it's a hotel, you're trying to maximize rooms. I understand why it's that way. But I'm saying maybe we're up in the total number of rooms anyways at this point. Maybe sacrificing a few rooms would help to satisfy some of the concerns.
Understood.
How many rooms are there per floor?
90.
Per floor, roughly about 31. Yeah, well, third, fourth, and fifth, about 31. And then on the second floor, which is you have your front of house and back of house spaces, there's about 18, 17. I don't have the...
What was the average, what's the average square foot of each unit?
It changes because you have your kings and double queens. They're usually around 300 or so square feet.
300.
Yeah, we
And-
do
and
have
what-
some.
What were
suite-
they when you had kitchens involved? What were they before?
They were over 400 square feet, in the high 300s to 400s.
Okay. So if you're going down, you're going down 25%, and I know, I'm not an architect, so I know it's simplistic, but you're going down 25% in size, right?
Yeah.
And that, but now, and you've increased rooms from, what was it, 97 before, now 108? So you went-
99 to 108.
Yeah, so you went up about 10 units. Couldn't you go, I don't understand how you couldn't, if you're losing 25% of the room size, that you couldn't have brought this building down.
Let me answer.
The footprint of the building is about a third or half of the size as the last building. It doesn't go across Hill Street, it doesn't.
But it's got more depth, right? It has to, you're saying it's half, how much? You're saying it's half the size?
The footprint has been reduced because we needed to accommodate it on the central site between Hill Street or on the intersection of Hill Street and
It
Roosevelt.
has not been reduced. You're
It has
saying
been
It
reduced.
has been.
Yes, it has been reduced
By how
because
much?
again,
By how much?
I couldn't tell you right off the top of my head. But again, because we are moving it planned east to fit in the constraints of that site, we had to reduce the building. Because again, the Cambria prototype, those rooms, since they're not for extended stay, they are smaller.
We don't, I mean, obviously, we're not privy to your business plan, and I know that's not our purview to analyze your business plan, but we're asked to now believe that you asked for a 97, 90, whatever, how many rooms you asked the first time. Now you're saying now we're mandated now to go to 108 in order to make money to justify this building.
I just simply answer this. Last time, the Hilton brand wasn't sufficient. You asked us to bring something more boutique style to Tarpon Springs. Cambria will not build anything under 107 rooms. It's just what they have.
And what other options are there besides Cambria? I mean, there's boutique hotels that
Well,
are not,
you know,
let me finish, can I finish my sentence? There are boutique hotels that are 50 rooms. I mean, that's usually when you think of the word boutique, you're usually thinking of small hotels.
That's not correct. There's large boutique hotels as well. I mean, I just tell you that.
Okay.
The Cambria is a boutique hotel, and it's 107 rooms, 108 rooms. I'm just.
Yeah, but there are probably either you go with one of these names or you don't go with a name at all and you build your own hotel. It's not, again, you're coming here saying, oh, it's 108 and that's it. We're saying we don't want to go that high. You might have to adapt.
Well, there's certain options we would probably explore, but
Okay.
That's up to us, right?
Yeah, sure.
And we were asked last time, could we provide some sort of soft brand instead of like a Home 2, Hampton Hotel, Holiday Inn Express, right? Cambria is considered boutique hotel, so they let me work on the outside the way I want, the way Tarpon wants,
Okay.
as well as the inside. As I mentioned, we have engaged with Jack Arena's interior design. We're working closely with a girl which was born in Tarpon Springs and raised.
Okay. On this reaching out to the community, what day and time did you guys have that meeting with merchants and such?
We were engaged by the merchants, right? We met at the...
What day and time was that?
It was Thursday. What was it, Elisa?
9 o'clock on, okay, so it was 9 o'clock on a working day, 9 a.m. on a working day.
Correct.
Okay, but if you recall the last time that you were here, and that we had the mayor in the audience, and said, you could have it here. And we could bring a whole slew of the city. So you would talk to more than just one person. We gave you, we're still affording you that. If you want to get a general sense, and not, you're saying, well, we would talk to this one person. I mean, I respect Tina Bucavalis very much, but she's just one voice in our town, so.
All right, I do understand. We have the support of 150 people. I'm pretty sure if I go to the merchant and ask, hey, we're building a 108-room hotel, will you sign it again? They will. We had nothing to do with this. We didn't initiate this. They initiated this by themselves. There is always opposition to something. We're trying to accommodate. We invited people to meet with the architect. And again, we didn't get answers on the questions we asked. We asked, for example, what color would you like? It wasn't answered.
Who did you ask that of?
For example, Ms. Tina.
Okay, just one person.
Yeah, well,
All right. I understand, I get it.
Do we have further questions for the applicant?
I'd like to address the applicant. Mr. Fritz?
Benedict.
Can I call you Benedict?
Yeah, that's fine.
Benedict, I think you've done a terrific job.
Thank
I
you.
think you, your wife, your staff, and your architect arguably have done everything that was asked from you at the last meeting. And
we appreciate
frankly,
that.
I think the goalposts are being moved on you, and I think you feel that way. I might be alone and be unpopular, but I'm not concerned about the height. Hotels are tall. And what is probably missed here is I think you've got some FEMA restrictions there that are going to keep that lowest construction elevation exactly where it is.
That is correct.
But I'd like to give you some more credit because you made some huge maneuvers. I was concerned about the vacation of Hill Street. You abandoned that.
Yes.
There were residents that were concerned about vacation of the alley. You abandoned that. Those were big gives. They were huge gives, in fact. You completely redesigned it. They asked you to change hotel brands. You did it. We asked that you have public meetings. You had a public meeting. Johnny on the spot. You have bent over backwards, and I want to acknowledge that because I can feel how hard you and your wife and your staff have worked. You really want to be here, and I appreciate that.
I appreciate it. We really want to be here. As I said, we're trying to work with everybody. I also want to say thank you so much to the staff. They have been great. I call them every day, and they just have been great.
We have an excellent staff. You are right. Now, I'm lucky is that I can see things three-dimensionally. And you're right. As constructed on the Z design along the road, it is not flat-fronted at all. That being said, the two dimensions that have been provided to us are shortcoming probably the overall look. A three-dimensional viewpoint, some stronger software might help them be able to see that. But that's not it. That's their forte. They've got a concern about how it looks. I don't. But you've given so much, but I'm going to ask you to give a little bit more.
Okay.
I would like you to strongly consider on that out parcel that you provide the city with a little bit of flood management on that low street and perhaps some public parking spaces.
Can I say that? Yeah.
It's a conditional use request. This is what I'm cooking up.
Yes, that can be considered.
Good, because I didn't ask before. So, and you all can feed in. So just for consideration, we have flooding issues on that road. That parcel is a wonderful location, even for one of these step designs, just to provide a little overflow. And there is a chronic shortage of parking. And there maybe is an opportunity for 5 places, 6 places, as a gift to the city. You've already given so much, but maybe you could give a little bit more, and maybe it would help overcome some other obstacles such as height. Go ahead. And forgive my manners. I looked for your name. I couldn't find it. Your name is?
My name?
Yes.
Katie Cole.
Hi, Katie Cole. Justin.
We hear you. I think your suggestion might be in conflict with one of your colleagues' suggestion to use it for required parking to lower the height. As you can see, you have an applicant who is very generous, who wants to be here, is very willing to consider many of these options. And I think the same way at the last meeting, you provided some specific direction that he took. If you all have a consensus as to that specific direction or prioritizing that direction with your recommendation, we'd certainly consider that to be able to move forward.
I mean, I would like to add something here. The out parcel is maybe a little bit less than half an acre, and has obviously quite some value. Land is expensive in Tarpon, that speaks for Tarpon. I would have no problem having a conversation with the city to achieve something in that manner. I agree there's no parking, and I do not want to operate a parking lot or anything like this. So maybe that's like a good engagement or something like that, you know? So.
I appreciate you just considering it.
No, I mean, as I said, my wife and me looked at the piece of land. We do not want to construct a house on there. And the only thing which makes sense, right, is parking, right? And my wife and me are not in the business of operating a parking lot, right? So if the city is interested to engage with us, talk about it, how this can be achieved, I'm wide open.
We have a very strong staff. They might have some ideas, and I'll just take this one step farther. I suspect, and I didn't do the math, it's got a 16-foot elevation, and I don't know what the BFE and the DFE is, but I suspect that perhaps dropping, this is what I don't think, and I don't want to get into that too much. I suspect it's not practical for them to drop it and lose the under portion parking for a variety of reasons. There's a reason that everything is done that way. So I just suspect, now this is discussion, but it might not be an option in that way. I was talking to the guy in the white shirt there on those heights. And we don't have, I just,
I can clarify.
Go ahead.
So yes, you are correct. We are in the FEMA, which is zone AE, which means that the freeboard is at 11 feet, which our second floor, our habitable areas are currently at 12 feet.
Right.
We do have the fitness center on the ground floor, which we would have to flood proof. As we progress through the design, there will be some areas that we would have to place on the ground floor, which would again we would have to flood proof. But yes, as far as cost and just the design of it, it makes more sense to raise the building than it is to bring it all down.
Right, and I think what you're saying, and I'll just convert the whole thing, is that due to FEMA construction restrictions, they cannot lower the base floor of habitability down to the ground. It has to stay up where it is. And if I'm right on that, say, yeah, more or less. That's the idea of that flood proofing, is that there's just not enough footage to bring that down. And not enough height feet. And that's not whether we want it or whether he wants it, it's just FEMA law that we have to follow.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, are there any further questions of the applicant from the board? Seeing none, we can move on into public comments. We would begin public comments by calling for affected parties to present first. If a member of the public claims affected party status, our attorney will establish the basis of that affected party and confirm or deny status. So I would offer for anyone who feels they are an affected party to approach the microphone, state their name and address, and explain why they are an affected party.
little short. Good evening. My name is Rita Kuturais, and I don't know if this is timed or not, but I have two, one to speak for me and also to speak for my neighbor who is at 609 Hope Street. And I'm at 611 Hope Street.
One second, ma'am, 1 second. I think there's a couple things. I think we need to make sure that you're claiming you're an affected party, which is something we have to address. If you just want to make a public comment for or against the application, we, as a board, needs to address if you want a time limit, which normally by your rules is 4 minutes.
Yes,
So I think there's two things we kind of need to.
do want to enforce the 4
Okay, so the
minute.
time limit needs to be addressed first, so the board agrees 4-minute time limit for each public comment.
I think she's establishing affected
I
party
wanted,
status.
I think she has the letter that you guys have in your packet. She and I have spoken earlier, so I don't want her to start reading until we have all the ground rules
Yeah.
figured out. So there is a 4-minute time limit for public comment per person. And if you're claiming you're an affected party by this, I need you to explain to the board and myself.
Well, first I'm reading the letter from Mr. Corliss,
That
which is...
would be public comment, so that comes next. But if you yourself are claiming that you're an affected party, not just making a comment, we need to address your affected party status.
Okay, I'm an affected party because I'm right behind the hotel, so is Mr. Corliss. I'm at 611 and he's 609 Hope Street. And
Okay. Oh, okay. I think that would qualify her as an affected
Yes,
party if you'd
yeah,
like to hear from
definitely.
her as an affected party.
actually, there were only 3 properties affected by this whole thing. Okay?
Yeah, okay.
So
Okay,
should I go
please,
ahead?
please
It's-
proceed.
We have strange procedures, we just want to make sure we follow them so everything's done
Okay.
correctly.
So
Okay, thank you.
right now, I'm going to read to you, as best as I can, a letter from Mr. Corliss of 609 Hope Street. It says, "Dear Planning Board, my property is located at 609 Hope Street and is adjacent to the proposed hotel site. I am sorry I'm not available to attend this meeting personally. I think Avalanche fans have bought all the airline tickets to Denver, from Denver to Tampa. I have asked my next-door neighbor, Rita Kuturais, that's me, to read my comments into the record. Her home also backs up to the proposed hotel site. Mrs. Kuturais is 65 years, resident of the Sponge Docks. She has made her life and raised her family here. No information has been presented to her by the city or applicant other than a 3x5 postcard notifying her of the meeting. I believe this is also true for the third adjacent family at 15 Hope Street, Louis and Joseph Sakelson. I have mostly shared the applicant's changing plans with Mrs. Kuturais and Mr. Sakelson as they have become available to me via planning department. I would suggest the city take a more proactive approach to informing these property owners. Ms. Kuturais and Mr. Sakelson roots go much deeper in Tarpon Springs than mine. No property owners have been affected more by development on the vacant land behind the 3 homes on Hope Street. I am in favor of lodging at the Sponge Docks to retain the tourist dollar if it doesn't adversely impact adjacent residential uses. I am not in favor of a 50-room staring into mine or constant glare of the night lights flooding into my home. A 54-foot hotel wall outside my patio and upstairs lanai would be severely impact my home's living environment, property values, and the privacy of existing and future residents and guests forever. The proposed hotel is oppressive directly. It would have an unduly negative impact on a pre-existing use without balance. My career spans 42 years as a real estate broker, and I have sold hundreds of homes. It doesn't take an expert, however, to conclude that this proposal does not comply with compatibility requirements set forth in the Florida Administrative Code, the city's comprehensive plan, special area plan, parentheses, SAP, smart code, or the tenets of a 4TA zoning. In case of any code conflicts, the more stringent ones are to prevail, and existing uses take precedence. This application should be denied and cannot move forward as the severe incompatibilities of the proposed hotel cannot be mitigated. It should be noted that elevations, heights, setbacks, and distances between buildings, especially relating to the homes on Hope Street, are required and yet have been consistently left out by the applicant. Lastly, I have some serious concerns about demands and future success of a 100-room hotel. As a short-term rental operator at the Sponge Docks, there has never been demand for my home during the summer months of June to October. The hotel will likely be mostly vacant during the off-season. With efficiency kitchens, it may become housing for residents other than intended destination tourists. The long-term resources required from the city may outweigh the little tax revenue generated. I hope a thoroughly economic long-term impact assessment to the city and Sponge Docks will be made. Many thanks to the planning department and board members for their devotion, and the very best for Tarpon Springs. Sincerely, John Corliss. That was his letter. Now, this is mine. Now I'm going to tell you that I feel exactly as Mr. Corliss, mostly. But I have lived in Tarpon Springs for 66 years, from the day I came from Greece to today. And specifically, I have lived on Hope Street between Dodecanese and Hill. I've never moved, except 1 year. I lived in Tarpon all my life here in America. I've had 3 gift shops in the Sponge Docks, and over the years, so I know a little more about tourism than most people. Tarpon Springs, it's a tourist town, yes, but it's not a destination town. People come to Tarpon because they either have families within the radius of 50 to 60 miles, and they come to visit family, or they come to Clearwater Beach to be on the beach. And they take day trips to Tarpon Springs to come, view the area, enjoy the culture, enjoy the food, enjoy the docks. But if you're down there by 7:30 at night, especially in the winter, there's nobody down there. And I know that because I live there. Now, we need a hotel. Yes, we do. But do we need a hotel that's 5 stories high, that has 100 rooms? We need a small one, and maybe not even at that area. Where Pappas's restaurant is, would have been a beautiful place to put it, because you have the whole Sponge Docks empty for people to walk.
6 minutes is up.
Now,
The time's up.
before you decide,
Your 6
besides
minutes is
the
up.
hotel, we need to know what happens to the alley behind, because the alley goes from my house, which is, I'm on the corner of Hill and Hope. It goes exactly right behind my house, and it curves past 609 and goes down. What's going to happen to the alley? Will they have people from the hotel, are they using a street for the dumpsters, for the garbage trucks to come in and out to pick up the garbage?
If you can wrap up, please, time's up.
Okay, well, those are the things that has to be, another thing is, are they going to put a wall to separate my lot from theirs? So you don't have people walking in and out. And where is the dumpsters and where is the pool? Is the pool right behind me? Now, I don't know if you can show that on the board to the people.
I don't believe there's a capability to do that, to put that up on the picture she provided earlier, to put that up.
This is my backyard. The
No,
white
but the
house is
board
mine, the white roof is mine, the red roof is Mr. Corliss.
That was provided to you all, the
Yes, it
picture.
was. Thank you.
So these are our concerns, and we haven't heard anything about that. I mean, how any of you would like to get up in the morning and have a fortress in front of you? That's it, thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else who's claiming affected party status?
I'm Michael Hollis. I live at 1504 Riverside Drive, but my family and I have that piece of property used to be known as Mama Papa's Gift Shop, 801 Dothekanice Boulevard and 625 Hope Street. My property borders the northeast corner of the applicant's property. The only thing that separates us is a 10-foot alley like they have behind Rita Marangos. If it wasn't for that 10-foot alley, I would abut them, just like Rita Marangos would abut this property here, except for the 10-foot alley. Okay?
Considering his location of his property, I would consider him an affected party.
All right.
Yeah,
One
proceed.
thing I like to point out, I was here about a month and a half ago when the issue of the street was involved, Hill Street. At that time, they had 1.9 acres, and they were using the footprint of Hill Street. Now, Hill Street is not being vacated, but they still got 1.9 acres. So I thought that maybe the way they got 1.9 acres is because they used the parcel across the street on the other side of Roosevelt. No, they used it then, they used it now. So I don't know, maybe 2 + 2 is not 4 anymore. I'm just pointing out that the math doesn't jive. Also, since there's a half an acre across the street that could be sold to somebody else, therefore we're only dealing with 1.4 acres that would only allow 85 units to be built at 60 units per acre, right? Because that parcel across the street could be sold to a third party later. Before there were kitchenettes. Now they say there's no kitchenettes. But staff brought up, you could put a record, a reservation, so anybody who buys this property knows you're never going to condominiumize it and end up with 108 owners. That's what's happened in other cities, with homestead exemption filed on some of these units. So I strongly suggest that y'all require a recorded reservation of record that this can only be owned by one owner. It could be a corporation and several people could own stock in a corporation, but you can't have 108 deeds with 108 tax exemptions. Otherwise, you're not getting a hotel, you're getting a condominium, which would have been only allowed about 22 units, 15 units an acre and a half would have been 22 and a half units. This is a nice way to go to 100. And since staff brought it up that you could record this reservation, also I point out, well, you could walk across the street from Hill Street to park. Why can't you walk across the street and park at Roosevelt? Same story, right? So All I'm pointing out is, hotel, I'm really not here on the height and whether it looks Greek style, but I will point out something. That's not knock Tarpon Springs. That sponge exchange, by the way, nobody had a harder battle than I did when I wanted to do the sponge exchange. When you walk in that sponge exchange, those units on the left are the same 120-year-old Clovis with the same doors on them, and the bell tower is the same, and the configuration is the same, and the tower that puts the flag up is the same. I even had a sponge boat in there. I heard termites have eaten it now, and they have to either get it out of there or rebuild it. And then at Los, the restaurant at Los looks just like, with the doors all open, and he put so much paint in there, it looks exactly like the buildings on the docks. And I was involved in the building of Papa's Restaurant, and that was built to look like the Greek building. So all the people that are saying, and then a lot of the other buildings, they were built 110, 120 years ago, and they're exactly, they're the real McCoy.
Time's up,
They're-
sir.
They're the same buildings.
There's no time limit for affected party status.
Pardon me?
Go ahead. Nothing.
It's public comment.
Huh?
No, go ahead.
You can complete
Oh,
your
okay.
statement.
So I suggest that you make a reservation of record that there's not going to be condominiumized. This property across the street has to be part of the footprint. And whether it goes 4 stories, 5 stories, but I just want y'all to know that there are several buildings down there, and the mystique of the sponge docks, don't forget, you don't see any vacancies down there like you see up and down Highway 19, so they couldn't have been doing too bad a job down there. So, in any event, I do think we need a hotel. I hope it's a hotel. And everybody knows people are only going to stay 1 or 2 days. And the only reason you need kitchens is because you're going to condominiumize it and eventually sell condos. But if there's no condominiums and there's one to put it of record, sounds good. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I apologize. The applicant and staff both have an opportunity to question affected parties, which I failed to bring out to the board's attention after our first speaker. So the applicant may have some questions, and staff may, and the board also can ask questions of affected parties. So we might want to, you want to work
wanna ask me
backwards or go from this gentleman and go back. We just need to make sure everyone has an opportunity to ask those questions.
Well, let Mr. Houlis finish while he's up there, and then we'll go back.
Well, do you have questions for Mr. Houlis?
I do not, the
Thank you.
applicant. The applicant has an opportunity to.
That's what
yeah.
he's staying up there for.
Yes. So, Ms. Cole, if you have any questions for him,
I have no questions, Mr. Houlis.
the board can ask questions if they have any.
Commissioner? No? Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Do you have any? Staff? No, okay. Now, our first affected party, Ms. Cole, do you have any questions for her?
I do not, but I did want to put on the record, she read a letter from Mr. Corliss, which had been distributed, and I wanted to confirm that because he's not here and available for cross-examination, his letter's received as public comment only.
That is, I would agree with that.
Okay.
Board have questions for the first affected party? No. Staff?
Okay.
Thank you, sorry about that.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
No problem. Anyone else that's claiming affected party status?
My name is Harry Batuius, and I live at 46 Reed Street in Tarpon Springs, just a few blocks from the site of this proposed hotel. About 10 or 12 years ago,
1 second,
in
sir.
this very room.
1 second, 1 second. I wouldn't consider that adverse party, public comment probably, but being 2 blocks away is not necessarily any different than the others in the community. Adverse party needs to be someone that has a effect more severe than everyone else in the community.
Yeah. Okay, we have to wait for the regular public comments, sir.
Should I sit down and wait for public comment?
Yes.
Yes.
That's what I thought this was.
Almost, we're almost there.
Are there any others claiming affected party status?
I'm not sure if I'm close enough or not, but I'm Jennifer Paniotti at 273 Roosevelt. And just as far as traffic and flooding.
1 second. Did you receive a postcard for today's meeting in the mail?
No.
No.
I'm not positive.
I am not
but-
from Tarpon, so I don't know the roads, so that doesn't tell me a lot.
The
But
Roosevelt- the property
in my
is on
opinion, for an
Roosevelt.
adverse party status for this case, you need to have a more of an effect than in the general community. So the folks that have property right on the line with the property that we're talking about would be adversely affected more so than the general
Well,
community.
well, the-
Others living in the neighborhood.
Well, the property is on Roosevelt, so she lives on Roosevelt.
But not just Roosevelt. I would say it needs to be adjacent to the property we're talking about. Public comment can still happen, I just don't believe that makes her an adverse party.
Okay. Anyone else requesting the adverse affected party status? Okay, well then that brings us to normal public comments. With these, we will be enforcing the 4-minute time frame. If the first 4 minutes, yes. If the first person will approach and state your name and address.
Once again, my name is Harry Batuyas. I live at 46 Reed Street, just a few blocks from the proposed hotel. About 10 or 12 years ago, we had a meeting in here regarding the feasibility of a small hotel in Tarpon. That was at the same time that the city council was trying to figure out what to do with the Sun Bay Motel, which is of course now gone. And I stood here and I suggested that the city buy the property where the Sun Bay Hotel was and the property where the Tarpon Inn is today. So the city would own those two parcels, which are among the most significant pieces of geography in Tarpon Springs. And my idea was the city would buy the Tarpon Inn, tear it down, and build a replica of the old Tarpon Hotel, which stood there until 1929, with modern amenities, but of course done in such a way that the people who come to visit Tarpon could afford to stay there. This project, from what I'm looking at in these photographs, belongs on US 19, not on the sponge docks. We don't need 108 rooms. We need about 35 or 40 rooms in a small microtel in Tarpon Springs, which could be tastefully designed to fit in with the flavor and the character of the sponge docks. This is too large a footprint. It's too many rooms. In April, May, June, July, August, September, those rooms will be empty. They will be empty. And in the tourist season, from November to March, it may be half full. But like the lady said, Tarpon Springs is a place where people come on day trips. There are people who come for the Epiphany, and there are people who come for the March 25th parade. And I've had trouble finding places for people coming to visit on those occasions to stay. But we don't need 108 rooms. We need a small hotel, tastefully done, preferably in the configuration of small hotels on the Greek island, like you suggested, with 38 or 40 rooms. We don't need something like this. And my last point is simply, well, my next to the last point, in 10 years or less, this building will be abandoned. The other issue is that nobody has mentioned traffic. How are these cars going to get back and forth to alternate 19? Well, they can go up Dodecanese, or they can go along Roosevelt and make a left at Tsourakis Sponge Warehouse, or they can turn up or Granville and go to Hope Street and go down Hope Street to Grand Boulevard and then go to Ada Street or to my street, Reed Street. So that's going to be a traffic problem, there's going to be congestion. It's not going to be, we don't have the road structure that could handle that kind of traffic, in my estimation. The last thing I want to say is they had 150 names on their petition. I could take a picture of this hotel and go up and down Center Street and Reed Street and Park Street and Ada Street and Grand Boulevard and Cedar and Division and Spruce, and I could have 150 signatures in 2 days of people who do not want this in our neighborhood. So yes, let's get a hotel, but not this one. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have the next member of the public wishing to speak?
Athena Sardulias, 634 East Orange Street, Tarpon Springs. I also am part owner of Tarpon Sponge Incorporated, 735 Dodecanese Boulevard, Suite 57. That was started by my father 40 years ago, and we sell local natural sponges. So I know a little bit about the area. I spoke at the last P&Z meeting. I'm just kind of going to reiterate what I said then. I've heard nothing here this evening that's changed my mind. Too big, in the wrong spot. I don't care what the design looks like. It is wrong for the area. There's been no consideration to the residents, the residential areas. Yes, I want a hotel, but not this one, and not there. I agree with Mr. Butuyas, put it on 19, put it on Pinellas Avenue. This is not the right place. As long as it continues to flood there, as long as we have a traffic problem, this will adversely affect my business because my customers won't be able to get to me. So that's my opinion for all it's worth. Thank you.
Thank you. Next member of the public wishing to speak?
Tina Bukavalis, 115 Athens Street. I kind of feel like I might be an affected party. Let me ask staff first. I did send some images, but we're not going to be able to see them up there. Okay. And let me make some comments. I did go to the Q&A, which was sponsored by the Merchants Association, and while it was open to the public, it was told to me that was predominantly for the Merchants Association. I met Mr. and Mrs. Fritsche there, and the Merchants Association suggested that we should get together and talk with them, and 2 members of the Greektown Preservation and Heritage Society, of which I am the president, did go and meet with them, and with Pedro, who I guess is no longer here. I think we had a very pleasant, oh, there you are. We had a very pleasant discussion. I felt it was very productive, and they received the National Register nomination showing the pictures that you got, with one exception. Mrs. Fritsche wasn't in that meeting, but that was of the new city clerk's office. So we talked about what constitutes the vernacular architectural style. I think it's pretty obvious from some of those photos. There were many more photos. And I don't think it's important that they didn't get the picture of the new clerk's office, because they could have just gone and looked at the Philoptohos building and figured it out from there, frankly. But the reason we're bringing that picture up, is that while I thought the new design was really a step in the right direction and included many elements, and I felt they acted in very good faith, it still was basically a big box roadside hotel building with some applied elements. And I included the picture of the clerk's office to show that it can be done if you want to create a building that really is in the style of the local architecture. I think that's pretty clear. Now, I also noted in our meeting that in addition to style, there were 2 very important elements that we weren't addressing, and that was the scale, the size of the hotel, which had the ramification of traffic. And Mr. Fritzsche made it very clear publicly in the meeting, and then with us when we met with him, privately, that he needs at least 100 rooms. 100 rooms also means, according to the new traffic assessment, they said 860 some extra trips a day. Well, if you include staff, it's more like 900 coming and then going. And that's going to have to come down Roosevelt Street, primarily Roosevelt Street, which, as we know, is small and floods almost daily, or up Dodecanese, which is blocked and congested almost daily. So they will fan out through the residential district. And although I know we're talking about this particular how tall you can build, what no one is talking about is that closer than the heart of the Sponge Docks to this hotel is the residential district 2 blocks away. And all of that traffic is going through our residential district. And I don't see how we can handle that. And I don't see how this can be ignored, no matter how tall they can build it. But again, the request here is not just any request. It's a request. We know that they want to build a 5-story, 108-room at least hotel. And Mr. Fritzsche also said that while this won't have kitchenettes, it will have a bar and a breakfast room. So the hotel scale and size are not consistent with the historic architecture, which is predominantly 1 and 2 stories in that area with a very few exceptions. And we're not going to talk about the Tarpon Tower, which is on 19 and 2 miles away. That's not appropriate. But he knew what your conditions were, but he didn't comply with them in the new design. And I know he feels he needs to financially have a bigger hotel, but it's not consistent with the district. So the Greek Town Preservation and Historic Preservation and Heritage Association requests that you do not approve the conditional use permit because it is not consistent with the historical character. And also, the Tarpon Springs Land Development Code states that the board shall not grant conditional use unless certain standards are met. One of those, may I have some extra, thank you, from Mrs. Ioano over there.
Name and address needs to be on the record.
Name and address, please. What's your address?
You need to be on the microphone so it can be taken for the record. And this allows 2 more minutes.
I'm almost done. Sure, I'm almost done.
My name is Sylvia Joanno. My address is 1122 Lancer Lane, Tarpon Springs.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, so the land code says the use to which the property may be put it must be appropriate and compatible with existing and planned uses in the area. But it is inconsistent with balancing the needs of businesses, residents, and the working waterfront. The traffic would very negatively impact all of those people. It says that in the strategic area plan, that needs to be balanced. Also, conditional use it also says conditional use must not result in adverse impacts to historical resources. Again, the style. Incorporating elements in the style is not the same as building in the style of. And I think you can see that with the photo I sent to you of the Greek columns on the one house. Actually, there's several in the district. Just because it has Greek columns doesn't mean it's the house style of ancient Greece. I also want to say I am in favor of a hotel, as most of us are. It's just the right hotel, in the right scale, in the right style, that is appropriate to the place, the historic district, and the needs. And by the way, we have talked with planning about getting the guidelines, but we have to abide by their schedule. And they aren't free because of the other planning things that they have to do with the comp plan and strategic plan until the spring. But in the meantime, you do have the assessment of the vernacular architecture of the area, and you can go by that and deny the permit. Thank you.
Thank you. Would the next member of the public step up?
Greeting, Chairman and board members. Robert Rockline, 755 North Lake Boulevard in Tarpon Springs. Someday soon, I hope, we're all here to discuss a proposal that's so perfect that the only people in attendance are the applicant and their attorney. But unfortunately, today is not that day. You folks are the gatekeepers of our city. You often have to borrow both Solomon's sword and his wisdom for matters such as this. It's a very delicate balance, I understand. The concept of a hotel at the Sponge Docks makes sense, since we in Tarpon and Pinellas County and the state of Florida are in fact tourist destinations, and it's reasonable to make an effort to accommodate such visitors as they contribute to both our economy and our community. In the case of this proposal, the developer has reached out to the community and made an effort to adapt and compromise the project to some degree based on the concerns that were raised by many. That's very laudable. Most developers will just try to steamroll right in, so I commend them for that. Many have also commented that the design elements, as shown in the several elevations and the renderings, as negative, to the area. But if looks were the only hoop that we had to jump through here, I don't doubt that eventually there would be something proposed that more would like than would dislike. Unfortunately, looks are easier to amend than the infrastructure and the logistics, and the fact that this area experiences flooding on many of the tributary roads that would connect this site to the rest of the world. And it would create more impervious surface needing alternative drainage of both stormwater and floodwater. That's a big concern. Everybody, I think, is very familiar with the topography down there and the fact that it is waterfront. Service vehicles for such a use would also experience difficulty in getting there, especially during times of floods or other storms. Currently, the city's involved with both a new comprehensive plan and a new strategic plan. Hopefully, that will be revealed somewhat in concept later this year, and that may aid in identifying and updating areas that would benefit from such projects that would have little or no negative impact on the immediate areas around it. And maybe they would galvanize those areas at the same time for more smart and appropriate growth. No is an easier word to say than yes, obviously. It's shorter and seems to come out of our mouths more naturally. But I don't think it's inappropriate to close the door on this proposal just yet. I would respectfully ask for you to say at this time, maybe, and use the carpenter's rule of measure, twice before you cut once. Let's see if there's anything else that can be worked out with this. Let the city's comprehensive plan mature a bit more and see if this type of project, whether it's in this location or some alternative, be better managed and integrated into our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Would the next member of the public come forward, please?
Beardlax, 514 Ashland Avenue. A couple of quick comments to the applicant. Just going to the Merchant Society to their meeting is not a public meeting. And I would recommend you put an ad in the paper, find a location, and before you have your meeting, you have some options to show the residents to choose from as compared to asking 50 people 50 different things. Give them some choices to narrow it down to. With regards to guidelines, we have a Heritage Preservation Board. There's no reason they couldn't be tasked with some sort of preliminary working with the Greektown group to start doing some work other than just the staff. Now, a couple of things that I was thinking about before, but have been brought up, and appreciate Mr. Houlis as an attorney bringing it up. But when I first was looking at this, timeshares and condo conversions. So, as you heard Ms. Kutsurita say about how the traffic is during the off-season. So 5 years, 10 years from now, we've seen projects get flipped, what's to say after a few years of managing this, occupancy is down, they either go to a share version of using the hotel, or as Mr. Houlis pointed out, some potential condo conversions. Big thing, one thing that I think is a problem that Mr. Kouskoudis has brought up, and a number of you have, not getting all the information ahead of time to make a decision. You're being asked to give a conditional use, and as it was stated at the last meeting by staff, you are conditioning this particular design. They may do some changes here and there, but your conditional use is saying, yes, you can go ahead with this, and your preliminary plan and final development plan can be tweaked some, but you have to go with this. And this design, as you've seen and as the residents have stated, does not fit into the character district. Lastly, I think one of the things that should have been provided to you with regards to this project is stormwater. On Saturday, I rode my bike down to the docks for the Hope ceremony, flooding all over the place, and then coming back, I came back up a Hope on Roosevelt. There's looks like two drainage weirs that allow inflow and outflow. There was a whole ditch along Roosevelt. Mr. Seaman brought up a good point about the elevation. It goes from 3 to 8 feet. It was mentioned 6 feet as the base, but what are you going to do? Are you going to bring in fill to bring it up to 6 feet? Are you going to cut part of that hill out and then bring in fill to level it at 6 feet? There's a lot of unanswered questions, and they're asking you to approve this particular design on a conditional use without you having a lot of facts to answer not only yourselves, but the general public. So there's a lot of issues on this. There's no reason why this cannot be deferred till they can go back and fix up their plans to possibly reduce the scale and scope of this. You've made a lot of points about 4 stories and 5 stories, alleyways, shifting the parking lot. They can turn around a couple months from now and sell that lot. They can say, yeah, well, we'll maybe look at it for parking, but we had an offer, they sell it. There's just too many unknowns for you guys to prove it as it's structured and presented to you today. Yes, we all know we need a hotel of some scale, and as it's been mentioned, a smaller scale, boutique-style hotel would fit down there, but not 108 rooms, 5 stories, filling up the whole block.
Thank you. Would the next member of the public step up?
Eleni Christopoulos, 1402 Ford Avenue. I'm also Vice President of the Greektown Heritage Preservation Association and a property owner of the Sponge Docks with a significant amount of tourist properties. So it does impact me and my tenants as well. I think the one thing I would like to focus on that maybe others did not is there's been constant mention of there not being guidelines at this point. As an association, we have put forth a proposal for a vision plan for the docks and to begin working on those guidelines. I find it premature to approve a project of this scale without those in place. I'm obviously a hotel would be beneficial to my properties and my tenants' properties, so I'm not opposed to a hotel. But I believe changing the landscape of the Sponge Docks without having that vision plan and those guidelines in place is very premature. So I would ask that we consider deferring this until a project of this scale until those are in place, and so we can have something to go on, and it doesn't, because we can look at this today, and then the site plan can come back something totally different, and there's no real way to guide this project without guidelines, which is what they're called, right? So to me, that's my biggest concern. And it's not about, with all due respect, Googling, pictures. It's about having somebody who is educated in historic preservation, in architecture, and, having a committee together of educated people in that particular area to come up with a plan. I mean, I lived in Greece for 10 years. I have, properties there as well, but it's not as simple as that. When we're talking about creating a vision plan for the docks, there needs to be something comprehensive created before we do something like this. So that's really my main point. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there others wishing to speak?
Hi, Georgiana Francis, 15 Athens Street. My father and my cousin also own property at the Sponge Docks, which I will one day inherit, which whether the attorney wants to decide that that makes me an affected party or not is for another day. I tried to speak last just to make a point of basically the support or lack thereof for this hotel. So I kept a tally for the 150. I didn't get to see the petition. I did not have time to request that public record of the names on there. But to this meeting, I'm at 0 right now. So of those 150 people, I guess they didn't feel that it was important enough to show up. For the people that spoke against it, or at least not for it, I got 9. And I would call all of those people more affected parties than anybody at the Tarpon Springs Merchants Association. And I want to make sure the attorney hears that, because it's not the Sponge Docks Association. Are you listening, ma'am? It's not the Sponge Docks Association. Well, I can still talk.
Comments are directed to the.
Well, I'm
to the board,
directing it
please.
towards her.
Comments need to be directed towards
Well, I
the board,
directed it
please.
towards her. Are you going
Ma'am.
to ask me to leave? Because I'm not leaving. Okay, I'll proceed. Okay. So everyone that did speak is affected, okay? All these people are residents. That means they own property. The Tarpon Springs Merchants Association does not. So your support, while I understand that you think that you have the support of the industry, you do not, okay? And the people here have spoken. There's a saying, it's actually made into a movie. It's called, He's Just Not That Into You. I don't know if you've seen it. Tarpon is just not that into you. So please take the hint.
Any other members of the public wishing to speak?
Good evening. I'm Carol Rodriguez. I'm with the Tarpon Springs Merchants Association. And the merchants do want the hotel. The residents and the merchants signed that petition. So some of them aren't here tonight. They don't always have to be. It's not what the hotel looks like. It is, but it isn't. You're here to decide tonight whether you're going to grant them the use. After that, you can put on anything else that you want the hotel to look like or not look like. But if I was this gentleman, I would not want to build in this town, because you guys are actually ridiculous. Why didn't the Historical Society put up rules and regulations years and years ago? Why is it now they're attacking this gentleman who wants to build a hotel? And there are people that want this hotel here. So thank you for the consideration.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Maureen Pizzardakis Cravey, and I'm sort of an interested party because all the people here are my family. And so our concern too is, which we understand you're not vacating Hill Street, but there are parking areas where people park, and so we're just concerned that that remain as it is. In other words, that people are still allowed to park, and even though it's sometimes we can say they are, but y'all all know anytime you go to any football game or anything else, when things get crowded, people will then close off certain areas. So we're a little concerned about that. And the other thing is, and this part's just totally coming from me, is I think that what happens in these discussions is a lot of times people get wound up and defensive, and when that happens, we kind of lose sight of what we're trying to do. Now, I'm not a politician, I don't know anything about all of this, but all I'm saying is I agree. I feel like, where are y'all? That y'all made wonderful effort, and I understand that. And I agree with the fact that we need a hotel, because we all keep saying that. But I also agree with the fact that the integrity of where we live is trying to keep it kind of the way it felt. We all want to do this when we were little, okay? And that's what brings people here. So I think it would be kind of quick to move forward, even though it's not quick for y'all, because if I was standing there and I had a lot of money and I'm putting it into something, I understand that would, you're kind of going, let me move forward. But if your true heart is for the people of the community, and I believe it is, to be okay with it, then I feel like additional time would need to be put in, and not necessarily, if it has a column or doesn't have a column, if it's this or that, but just overall feeling how it is. And I do agree with, I never heard anything about any kind of meeting. So if there was sort of a meeting that, like the other man said, put out there that people could come to. And the other thing is, we are Greeks, so everybody's going to have an opinion. So just need to know that right off the bat, okay? But all I'm saying is, so I don't want, whenever this ends, I don't want it to end in a yucky note, because I love the people that, that are in this room. And I feel like you have a good intent in it, but I don't think it doesn't appear, it feels more like we're doing this to each other than maybe trying to come up with an answer. So I don't know. But we want to make sure those parking spaces stay there. That's my point, so.
Jennifer Paniotti, 273 Roosevelt Boulevard, and also 600 Athens Street. We have a business. And I agree so much with what Ms. Klidakis just said. You've, done a whole lot of jumping through hoops, and trying to please everyone is never going to work. So I appreciate that. But living where I do, I see every day the flooding, the traffic trouble, all of that kind of thing. I recently had to help a delivery truck back up down Spruce Street off of Hope Street, because it was a day an event was going on. So there was parking. It couldn't even accommodate a truck to Halas. I think you're going to have a whole lot of trouble with the end of Roosevelt Boulevard flooding every day pretty much. Full moon, new moon, Mercury retrograde, it's going to be flooding. And there's no place for your workers, your people who are going to be coming to your business. I don't think something that big can fit there. And I hope that there's a way to get a hotel, because like everybody else, we really need one. But this one's going to be tough for you guys, and for the community. So I just don't think this is it for us. So thank you.
Thank you. The next member of the public come forward.
Hi, I'm Sherry Went. I live at 1214 Riverside Drive in Tarpon Springs, and I own a store in Tarpon Springs called the Gallery of Fun Finds. I'm a real estate agent, so I'm very familiar with people that visit and how much traffic goes in and out, and I'm vice president of the Merchant Board. So first, I'd like to kind of defend or maybe explain. I'm a volunteer for the Merchant Board. Every one of our board members volunteer, and it's actually like a part-time job, and we don't get paid for that. But we do it because we love Tarpon Springs. All of us are in business. We own stores, we own businesses, and that's why we jumped in. Several years ago, a bunch of us jumped in to try to make Tarpon Springs a little bit better, more prosperous, so that all the businesses would make it. As a real estate agent, I also do property management, and I help put people in rental units, in commercial. Commercial is my prime concern. And I put people in and out of the same unit many times because it's hard to keep a business going. And if you don't have people on the street shopping, eating, enjoying, then many times your business won't make it. So when the opportunity of a hotel came, the first thing we did as board members is we met with the hotel gentleman, and we went over and looked at, in Dunedin, at the properties that he'd already created. We knew it was a family-owned business. We knew that it looked very, very nice. It blended into a residential neighborhood, and Dunedin is thriving. And they did a really good job. And we knew that they're committed to trying to work with us. It isn't just a big corporation coming in town and then just throwing it over to somebody else. So the next thing we wanted to do was to make sure that all of our merchants and businesses and people in Tarpon could know what we have learned and get information on the hotel that is coming up for a decision from our city. So that's why we put flyers out, and we took a flyer to every single place in the docks and every single place downtown, and we handed them out all during First Friday. And everybody was welcome. Residents could come, anybody could come. But we did want our businesses to know, and everybody was in agreement, because a hotel and a place that people would come to was going to make a big difference for if you're opening a store every day, or a restaurant or a business. That means you've got people coming to your city, and it makes a huge difference. And that's why it's called the Merchants Association. This is what we do. We try to help and promote business. If you didn't have a downtown and you didn't have a docks with people working, we wouldn't look very, very prosperous. I mean, no one would want to come and give us a hotel. Maybe they will 10 years from now when you come up with something, but that's why we really worked hard. We also planned that if this continued to go forward, we would try to put a meeting out at night. Is going to allow us to have a meeting so that residents could come. And they came not to hear about me, they came to ask questions. It was a question and answer. We weren't giving an opinion, but yes, as merchant business people, we feel it would be better for us. So I just hope that you will at least give this an opportunity to go forward, because right now we're just doing for use. We haven't even gotten to the site plan yet. So I'd like you to hopefully consider us.
Thank you. Other members of the public?
Good evening. Tim Kafalis, 205 Leafwood Road, Tarpon. I had never heard of Cambria before, so I looked them up. Pretty big company. Most of their hotels are in big cities like Chandler, Arizona, downtown Phoenix, Phoenix, Arizona, Anaheim, California, Calabasas, California, Los Angeles, Napa, Sonoma, Denver, Fort Collins, South Windsor, Connecticut, Washington, D.C., another one in Washington, D.C., Dania Beach, Fort Lauderdale, Miami. There's one in Madeira Beach, I see. That's probably the smallest city that I can see on here. Orlando, and another one, Airport Orlando, Chicago, many other large cities. What I'm seeing is that this, to me, isn't the right fit for what we have here. I think that several years ago, I had the opportunity to go all over Greece, and we stayed at all the EU-built hotels, and they built them according to the island size. We went to many islands, and the EU provided the funding, and they weren't high-rises. There were high-rises in Rhodes and, of course, in Athens, but they were all boutique, or maybe we'd say micro hotels. They were all memorable, and they had a lifestyle that was consistent with the lifestyle of the area. Things like you could rent a four-wheeler from them and ride through the town in them. Not saying that we need to have that, but that was consistent with the area. They were in areas that were similar to what we have. but they were all hotels that were consistent to the area, and they were by size based on some strategic decisions that were made. But the EU provided the funding to help put those together with the idea that the community would help make it successful. Now, we can't make it that way here, but I do think we have an obligation to keep it consistent with the environment there. Putting a big hotel there could actually harm the sponge docks. When I drive people down to the docks to go to dinner, they say, why is Pappas's, former Pappas restaurant, in all respect to the Pappas family, they didn't close it, they sold it and somebody else did. Why is it closed? It's an eyesore seeing it like that because Tarpon is so successful and we're such a big gathering point for people on a daily basis. But I just think that we need to keep it consistent with the community and with the architecture that we think is appropriate for what we have already. I heard them saying, well, there's so many different styles. There's bricks, there's 2 stories, there's this in Tarpon. That was then, this is now. Just like Mr. Hula said about the sponge exchange, they tried to retain all they could of the original. I was there before it was torn. I was at one of the last festivals the church had there when I first came to Florida. Tarpon has been through a lot. Tarpon went through many changes from a sponge industry. They've tried to retain that, and I think that this could cost us more than what it could bring us in tourism by allowing it to come in that tone. They didn't go to islands like that I had been and put massive hotels. They would have folded. They would have destroyed. Just like when I go downtown to the sponge docks and people say, "What happened to the famous Pappas restaurant?" And you have to explain that they didn't close it. Somebody else did. So it could harm us more than what we think allowing a 108-room hotel there that isn't consistent. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public wishing to speak?
Hi, Chris Christopoulos, 1406 Ford Avenue. I also own property at the Sponge Docks. We have tenants at the Sponge Docks, and of course we would benefit from hotels and from more people at the Sponge Docks. But unlike those who didn't give their address, who don't necessarily live in this town, I live in this town. I grew up with Ms. Koutsourais' sons. We're a community, and I can't, if it was just after my own self-interest, I don't live at the Sponge Docks. It doesn't directly affect me. But we have an infrastructure problem. We have flooding. We don't have the roads to support it. And it's going to negatively affect the residents of Greektown, which are people that, we're a community here. We live together. This has to work for all of us. A hotel is right for Tarpon Springs, but you're charged with deciding whether or not the conditional use of that property adjacent to residential Greektown Tarpon Springs in an area where there is flooding and poor roadway is appropriate. And the conditional use of that property is not appropriate and should be voted no. We do need hotels, but there are better places to put them where it does not is not adjacent to residential Greektown, and I think we can do that. And so it is short-sighted to approve this specific project. I know the merchants want it. We want it. We want a hotel, just not that property, not this hotel. It's too big in a spot where it is going to create more problems. It's not. I don't think it's the right thing for I don't speak for them, but I think they're going to find out that they bit off more than they can chew if they build that large hotel in that property, and I think it's going to have, we have to have a long-term vision for Tarpon Springs. We've heard that there is a vision plan coming. We need to pause and allow that to happen and create a brand image for Tarpon Springs that is the image we want, and not just piece this thing together and end up with something that becomes an eyesore later. So, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public wishing to speak? Seeing none, do we have any communications from members of the public that we've not already received?
For 2 emails that were provided to us after the packet went out, one of which was read into the record with one of the affected party members, and then the other email was provided to the board in advance of the meeting. That's all.
Okay. In that event, we will close the public comment on this item, and I would call for the staff to have an opportunity to rebut or make closing comments.
We don't have any additional comments.
In that case,
Can I ask for parliamentary
yeah,
advice? Do we have the authority to defer?
No.
Okay.
You have to make some sort of vote moving forward. Oh, thank you. No, you cannot defer. You need to make a vote of some sort to move forward.
Okay.
does the applicant have any rebuttal or closing comments?
Just briefly, I mean, we heard a lot tonight about the long-term vision for Tarpon Springs. And it's really interesting because there is a long-term vision for Tarpon Springs, the only one that's publicized to business owners, to potential builders, to people who want to invest in this community, is the city's comprehensive plan, its special area plan, and its land development code. And so we've sat here for over an hour to listen that it's not the vision of Tarpon to have a hotel in the Sponge Docks, or to have a 4 to 6 story hotel in the Sponge Docks, or to have a hotel in this area of the historic Greek town, but yet that's exactly what your plan does provide. This applicant heard you at the last meeting with respect to some of the design parameters and brought back a plan, understandably, did not reduce the height as was the original condition, and if that's the desire of this board to continue to make that recommendation to reduce the height, we appreciate that. At this point, you've heard from the applicant as to why that wasn't possible at this point. But as you've also heard from staff and others, to address the infrastructure issues and to even get answers about the infrastructure issues, that requires a site plan. It requires a site plan process. It requires an additional significant investment by the applicant to go through that process. And we'd respectfully request that this board recommend its approval to move this process forward and allow the applicant to have that opportunity. Thank you.
All right. At that point, I'll bring this back to the board for consideration. We do need to somehow craft a motion of some sort that we can act on prior to going to open discussion on the item. And then before we call a vote, I'll offer each board member the opportunity to make additional comments before we vote.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask the staff one question?
Sure.
Okay. I don't know who's going to answer it, but I don't see anybody up there. You know, with regard to a traffic study, if the traffic study reflects the fact that the traffic patterns would be burdensome, would that dictate a reduction in the number of rooms, or how would that work?
I'm going to ask the city attorney because we're way out of order for staff comments and questions. So I really should not answer that question at this point.
We are out of order, but he asked the chair and the chair is allowing it. It's up to the chair, but we are past question time, but it's up to the board.
Yeah.
I don't think he said no.
No, I mean,
Obviously, the applicant can then follow up with more comments should the applicant desire to.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be curious about the answer as well, actually.
So if I understood your, or if I'm understanding your question correctly, so right now, based on the traffic numbers that the applicant has generated, they are not required to produce an additional traffic impact, management or transportation management plan. Because of the conditional use aspect, and in an abundance of caution, we are recommending that they do a transportation management plan. So, okay, what comes out of that? So if the numbers, would show, or if the circulation patterns show that you are in fact going to adversely, jam up the roadway network somehow, then there are recognized methods in our code of how you can reduce those impacts. So it might be reduced number of rooms, it might be something else. So that is a possibility, yes. Okay. Did that answer it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Is it allowable for us to ask a question of those that came up for public comments, for clarity?
I would defer to our attorney there.
You could, during public comment, just like affected party, you have the right to ask them. We have left public comment, he's closed public comment. So if that is something, that's something the board's gonna have to address. You're going backwards instead of moving the hearing forward. That was allowed then, but public comment's been closed.
For the record, the applicant would object to any discourse between the board and the public comment. The affected parties, the staff and the board have the opportunity to cross-examine those, but the public comment is simply public comment.
Try to craft the motion here, but unless somebody wants to move forward with it, a motion, I'm working on trying to.
No, I think.
Mr. Chairman, we need to make sure the applicant does not have any response to the question that was proposed to the staff about the traffic study.
No, I concur with staff's response.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, in the spirit of moving to discussion, I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
Chairman, I'd like to motion that we approve application 2271, resolution for conditional use, with a series of considerations. One, investigate the use of the northwest out parcel as city-used stormwater overflow to alleviate flooding on Roosevelt. Two, investigate the use of donating limited public use parking on that same northwest parcel that would make up for the parking lost on Hill Street. Three, consideration of a barrier providing a visual and sound separation for all the property owners along the east property line, otherwise known as the alley. Four, a recording of reservation for restricted limited ownership. I don't know if I have that right, but the idea there that it can't ever be something else. I'd also take into account anybody else's suggestions, but that's my motion.
I would add that you keep the existing 1 through 4.
Can't add. So right now you have.
It's the staff's recommendation.
Oh, and I would also include all of staff recommendations.
That we can do. Thank you.
This is the part where somebody seconds the motion, and then we can move to discussion.
Another parliamentary, if this is seconded, then I'm going to ask that the maker of the motion either pull their motion or amend their motion, which I don't think they can amend. You'd have to pull, because we'd like to go over a number of other conditions
So at this
that may
point,
be left out.
So at
I
this
don't
point, since there's
understand
a,
that.
so at, right. So at this point, since there's a motion on the floor, it should be seconded or not. And if it is seconded, then a conversation can happen. And if it's determined that that is not the motion that we want to move forward, the board doesn't want to move forward with, it can be withdrawn, it can be denied, and you can start over. Okay. If it is not given a second, then it dies, and someone else needs to propose a motion. But at this point, you have a motion, so you need a second, or if no one wishes to second it, someone else needs to propose a new motion.
Do we have the opportunity to add an additional one?
No, not right now.
Either.
But remember, giving a second to his motion allows discussion. It doesn't mean you ultimately have to agree with the motion as it is stated right now.
I second it.
All right, now we can have discussion, so. Are there?
I know we can't add to it, so I'd like to add to it, but the motion as it stands is I can't move forward for approval because I would have other conditions. So based on what council is saying is we either have to.
And now you can discuss what you,
What I'd like to see.
why you feel that way, and that might help everybody understand where everybody's coming from.
Well, I would require a traffic study, not recommend. I would require a traffic study. I would limit the size or the number of floors to 4. In addition to all the comments that you made. And again, I would look at a design component that's consistent with the area. And I know it's them having to go back to the drawing board, but my thought process behind that is this. People come to Tarpon Springs. They come for the mystique of Tarpon Springs. They come for the restaurants. They come for the shopping. They come for the history and the culture and what otherwise and the working waterfront. Otherwise you just got a bunch of stores. Okay? They don't come for a bunch of stores. They come for everything else. And it's the stores that allow them to sell their merchandise. But without that flavor, that mystique, that romance of Tarpon and what Tarpon does for a working waterfront, for the history, the Greek and African American sponge divers. Without that, you got nothing, as far as I'm concerned. And that's in all difference to the shop owners, you got nothing. So to have a design criteria that embraces those elements is going back to the drawing board for design. And so to me, that's critical. If I would see a design element that had 5 stories, I might be able to embrace it. But that's just a box. I don't care what color you paint it, it's a box. And that's far from being consistent. And we've heard everybody wants a hotel. I don't think I've heard anybody say, I don't want a hotel. Well, they said a few, but everybody says, I want a hotel. Well, we want a hotel, okay? And I understand they have to make it where they have enough rooms to make money. I understand the economics of it. But we get a one-shot deal. This is a one-shot deal. And we got to be very careful in the shot we take, okay? It's not like you get to do this over again, tear it down and start over. You don't. And so we have to be very articulate, we have to be very conscientious, and we have to be keeping in mind, because I grew up down at the Sponge Docks. My family home is down at the Sponge Docks, 2 blocks away. I still own property down at the Sponge Docks. It means that much. Make sure that we get it right this time. And so I want to add those to the motion, and that's all I got to say about that.
And
Can I speak?
I would agree that I think those additional conditions make sense to me, certainly, if we're modifying the motion or starting a new motion, I guess.
Well, can we go through the conversation so he can hear all the concerns before he pulls it?
Sure.
Okay. Or if he does pull it. I hope I didn't come across that I didn't applaud the applicant's desire to try to work with the community, because I think he did. Whether I think he went as far as he possibly could, you know, that's neither here nor there. But that's not the issue. And the issue's not whether he has, you know, made a great presentation or not. It goes to what Mr. Kuskudis was saying. My grandfather built the building on 624 Athens Street before 1920. So I go way back with the docks. What we're dealing with here is compatibility. That's really what we're speaking about, is compatibility. And compatibility, you know, it's compatibility of look, it's compatibility of size, it's compatibility of location. And this is a challenge spot. It's a challenge. We all know that. We all know I went to the Hope Street event, and I wanted to turn down Roosevelt, and I couldn't because it was flooded at, 2 o'clock in the afternoon or whatever time it was. And it didn't rain. It's flooded. That's a major issue. Dodecanese floods pretty regular with any kind of rain. God forbid when we have the next hurricane, which I understand it's going to be an active season coming up. So again, our job here at the P&Z, we're not the last line of defense. We vote, and then we are an advisory to the Board of Commissioners, who will make the final decision. So it's important that when we send them this motion, that we incorporate all the concerns we have, and so that way they can feel. Now, we have a board that I believe has a lot of respect for us. So the job we do is very important, and I think that we need to hit on all the conditions. And I'm going to go down the ones that are important to me. And without them, I would vote no on this motion as it sits now. But one is that we limit it to 4 stories. I know 4 stories isn't a magic number of stories, but it at least brings this, it tells the Board of Commissioners that we care about the scale. They can do something different, but we're letting them know that the scale matters. And that's why we're saying knock a floor off. Whether it's knock a floor off, knock 2 floors off, that's not the real issue. The issue is we're sending a message to the Board of Commissioners that scale matters. 2, that the design conforms with the cultural heritage and standards of the community. I think it's consensus of most of us that still doesn't meet that standard. Therefore, it needs to be in our motion that we send, the message we send to the Board of Commissioners. We need some limitation language, like our planning director said that we could, some limitation language about that out parcel, that they're not using it now to get themselves more rooms, and then they spin it off. So that's important that we have some kind of language that tells the Board of Commissioners they need to be aware, and they may have, we may craft it unsophisticated, but they need to be sophisticated when they finally make the final decision. For that, back to what we had in the original, our original motion when it came here before us several weeks ago, or a month ago, that no prepared food, restaurant, or such would be in part of this, so that all these people staying there use the local restaurants. 5, and very important, that this have a strict hotel criteria, that besides just, and which I agree, there should be recorded only one owner, limited to one owner, but I believe it needs to have strict, very strict language regarding a hotel, that this cannot be, you know, some other form later down the road of housing because it failed as a hotel, because it was too big for the area, and it needed to do that in order to make it. We are voting on a hotel. We're not voting on something else. And this traffic management study, it's critical that, you know, again, very much like the situation we had last year, that it's a concern that it might be a nice project in the wrong spot. And then we have these issues of traffic. And this traffic study needs to be extensive, and it can't be merely, and no offense to staff, oh, yeah, we can, we've looked at roads and there's places to fix it. I don't have no clue how you do those fixes once that building is made. I just don't understand it, and this thing needs to be extensive, and if it needs to go out to consultants that can really understand it and do it, then it needs to be that. But then if that traffic management study is performed, then it needs to come back here again for us to vote on it one more time, because that's going to impact very much whether this project would have ever passed us to start with. We all have major concerns about traffic, and they need to be addressed, and that's another message we need to send to the Board of Commissioners. That's my points.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman. Just a couple to address a couple of yours, fellow board member. Meals. I don't know of any meal establishment in the Sponge Docks other than the Greek bakery that gives you, you know, that. The nearest one's in downtown. So let's be sensitive that they identified meals as breakfast.
Well, prepared food, a restaurant.
Well, we can
saying.
make that a,
yeah, they can have a continental breakfast downstairs.
I understand, as one who's already brought up the traffic management study, but as one who's lived here 66 years, just about every intersection of Pinellas Avenue and Dodecanese, have you been there and seen what it's like when we have to wait all the way past Fulton to get into Sponge Docks? Let's go down to Pinellas Avenue and Tarpon Avenue. Let's say there was a concept of a hotel down at the Spring Bayou. Same situation, because I live there. I come there during all times of the day. I'm just saying that we have a traffic count issue. It's not unique to just where we're talking about. It's pretty much our roads are out of date. And we've done a good job of trying to bring them to date, but I think we'll always have to wrestle with that. Now let's get to what I'd like to propose. In addressing the Architectural Review Committee, I heard from the applicants that they went and did their presentation with the merchants. And I heard that there was some people from the Architectural Review Committee. I can't ask the questions, but I'll make the assumption. I assume that I heard that. What puzzles me is, did you work with them to ask your support with them? So I'd like to propose, if I can, that I make it a requirement that the applicant has to meet with the Architectural Review Committee. It's required. They can't say no to you. They'll sit down with you, work with your team, and give you their recommendations. Because as I hear, they don't have their guidelines yet, but they have a pretty good understanding of what they have up here. And I don't know if that's possible. That's.
I just want to make sure you're talking about the same thing. That's not a recognized architectural review committee. So it's a not-for-profit Greektown Historic District board. They can explain themselves, but you want them to review it and
Yes.
somehow sign off on it.
I respect what you said. I respect that you know. being that you have been in Greece, you have properties there. So even though it's not a recognized, they know what they can work with them. So it's just like the public giving them comments and reviews. Why don't we let that, and I don't know if you've done that, but I'd like to see if that's possible. Can we make that a condition? Because that's working together to find a solution that may be amicable or not.
Nick, I don't know if you could make that a condition, but part of the condition of making the project consistent with the overall.
But that's been a matter of opinion. It's been very fuzzy.
It's all a matter of opinion.
I've heard, yeah, but I have to give respect to the committee there.
I understand that.
Volunteer. They seem to know what they're talking about, but when you put them in a room together with the applicant and the architect, I hope they'll do their homework and not just assume that it's what you see around Tarpon Springs. So I trust you all. But I think it's part of saying we're going to work together, volunteers, which is i.e. public, but I respect your experience with them. And I don't know if I have to yield to the lawyer.
Yeah, is that something that we can do?
The problem you're going to have is you make that a condition where's the teeth in that? You could say, meet with this committee, they meet with them, they disagree with them. There's no teeth behind it. So yes, you could request as a condition, you meet with this group, you talk with this group, but it's not like the meeting like with a heritage preservation, a board that's.
No, I actually understand. Okay. I'm not saying there's going to be a positive solution either way, but what I'm asking them to do is really say, I met with them. We sat down, we talked about architect. Well, did you get any recommendation? Oh, I can't talk to you. I can't talk.
No back and forth.
Sorry. So I agree with you. I'd like to make the recommendation that they meet, discuss the options of Greek architectural, and make that effort.
In all due respect, to my dear friend, lifelong friend, that we're sending advice to the Board of Commissioners. I don't think we should send them micro advice about who they talk to about what something should look like. The Board of Commissioners might want to put together their own panel, which might include professional architects and something of that nature. It's not limited to these folks, and I respect them. They're wonderful, but I think that's micromanaging the process, and I don't think. Let's.
If I'm allowed.
Let's have them like we did on the first motion. When it came before, it was they need to design and conform to the historic standards. How they get there and what the Board of Commissioners wants to put together for them to meet that, let's not tie their hands to just only meeting these folks. They've already met these folks. And you're almost giving them lip service because you're saying they need to say they met them. Well, they can say they met them.
No, I did not say that. See, you're not listening. I said whether it's favorable or unfavorable, I'm suggesting that they meet, they sit down, they discuss the options.
Why don't we do this? What about a compromise that we say they needs to conform to the standards, i.e. meeting with this group, but not limited to meeting with this group?
I have no problem with not making it limited, but there has to be one. That has to be, in my opinion, something they must achieve to do.
Okay.
And no one knows the outcome. Only the applicant and the committee of what they recommend or don't recommend. But I would hope that they will recommend something.
Are we to the point in our discussion that we can depart from the original motion and craft a new motion now?
Well, as the person that has the motion on the table, I think yes, ma'am.
I was going to make sure everyone is on the same page. The person that made the motion can withdraw it if he chooses to. If you don't choose to, then we need to have a roll call and have a vote. And then
we're going to have a roll call.
No, it's going to be on the motion on the floor is just the first motion that was put forth with the initial considerations. That's what's going to be voted on. When the roll call's taken, it was motioned and there was a second. If that passes, that's what we have. If it does not pass, then someone else will have to articulate a motion with whatever conditions, or a motion just to deny it outright, whatever they choose to do.
Conditions are not part of his motion.
No,
At this time.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Like my condition.
Correct, correct. No, the only thing you're voting on is the original. Were you typing? Did you get them all?
Do you want me to read
I have most of them, I think.
Well, we don't have to go there quite yet, if I may, just to bring a little discussion. I'm going to do my best to pull it all together because I was very careful to listen. Very careful to listen. And I'm going to go from what I think is the most important thing that I heard and bring it back, which is there are three gentlemen that have great, I'm going to use a fancy word, trepidation about the design. Great, good. Now is not the time for that. This is not about design. Just hear me out. You will all have an opportunity to nitpick to death the design at site plan. That is not the purpose of this application. That's why, frankly, it's so vague. They don't have enough to work on yet. And if I can be so bold as part of the discussion, I think your words are being heard loud and clear, really loud and clear from the parties that are here. And you know what? I trust the applicant. I trust that they're going to go back and get something that is worthwhile. And if they don't, you know what? At site plan, you can say no. But if we can't get past today, there's no chance you're going to see anything. That's just a thought. So I'm going to just repeat that. Now's not the time for detailed elevations. That's done at site plan. Height is, but you know what I heard out of this right-hand ear? That if the design is good enough, I'd take 5 stories. I heard that. And you know what? I think everyone would agree. I think everyone's going to agree is that what is presented on elevations is really thin and pretty boxy, but they're not going to come back with that. And that's why I'm going to stick with the motion. It can die and it can be redone, but I just want to go back. Now's not the time to really get weird about design. The floor thing, there might be guardrails and constraints that we're not aware of, that they're not articulating, that simply make it not possible. I don't know that, but I think if it was, they would have done that already.
So what's the original motion that you made?
I'll repeat it as soon as I get right through. I would agree that a detailed traffic study, that request can and should be included, but we also know that they kind of make that traffic stuff up, and they're going to say something like, oh, there needs to be a circle thing. But it should be included. And then this is my own addition from what I'm listening, and it finally came clear to me. The flooding problem on Roosevelt at that end is not their problem. It's the city's problem. The city has been ignoring flooding down there for a longest time, and suddenly now it's the applicant's problem to solve it? That it's not everybody's problem? So even though everyone can agree that the traffic sucks, but it sucks everywhere. The flooding sucks, it floods everywhere, and then maybe this would be a catalyst so that the city, us, can fix that problem down there too. Traffic study, limit to 4, but I think we could go with 5 today. Keep the design back at site plan where it counts. There seems to be a whole bunch of concern about that this is going to be a condo conversion. I think that's a red herring. These small units in no way, shape, or form are ever going to be flipped, condoized, it's not the right structure. If they were built as apartments, that would be a valid concern, but they're not apartments.
So why would that condition be a problem? If it's a red herring, just throw it in there. What does it matter if we say it should not be anything but a hotel?
I'm not going to disagree. I think it muddies the waters and it's not relevant.
That doesn't muddy anything. If it's obviously relevant to members of the community, and it's relevant
to the applicant,
to this member. So it's not
that it is somehow stated somewhere that it can't ever be turned into private residences. It's a hotel.
It has to come back to vote. They can't make that call.
I don't understand.
No. let's vote on your vote. Go ahead, do your thing.
Okay, so that was just me trying to pull that all together.
So what is the motion? What is the?
So the motion that stood, and I'll just repeat it, first and foremost, it's a resolution in regards to conditional use of 2271 with the existing 4 staff recommendations. Number 1, and I can't change it, so I just have to read it, investigate the use of the northwest out parcel as a city-used stormwater overflow for Roosevelt. In addition, that same parcel is investigated as use for public parking to replace the parking that may be lost on Hill Street, limited public parking. 3, consideration of a barrier, both visual and sound, against the adjacent neighbors to the east and along the alley line. And 4th, a detailed recording of restricted, I can't read my own handwriting at this point, reservation for restricted limited ownership. The restricted covenant. Now, I can't give the right verbiage, but the intent is that it meets your request, that it can't ever be converted.
I thought it was red herring. You threw it in there. You're fighting with
removed, right?
yourself. Go ahead.
I'm not changing it, I'm just trying to clarify, is that, because the concept is that it can only ever have one owner, and that shall be recorded and restricted. And my intent is that that motion is the same, it just clarified that last element to include that thought. Did I have that right?
The original one?
Yes.
Was the recording of the restrictive covenant, so the out parcel may not be developed or sold. It didn't mention that it couldn't be converted.
That was not the intent of that.
I did not have that in my notes, and neither.
That
did
was
I.
not the intent.
We had the recording that you just spoke of,
Yes,
and then the separate issue of discussion or consideration of the use of the out parcel.
right. That's the motion.
What's the next one?
Does that make sense? You got it?
Yes.
We can vote.
Right.
But she's not asking me, she's asking you.
So that, yes, so that's the motion, it's been restated. It's,
Now being told to be voted.
if the chair is ready, it is ready for a vote.
All right, can we have a roll call?
Mr. Zimbelos?
Yes.
Mr. Koulianos?
No.
Mr. Vesey?
Yes.
Mr. Kouskoudis? Mr. Seaman?
No.
Didn't pass. So, someone needs to articulate a motion,
I'd like to proffer a motion.
or,
Basically, everything he said. Okay. But I'm going to limit the height, I'm going to limit it to 4 stories. And I still want to include in there as a recommendation, it doesn't have, obviously, we'll review it when it comes to site plan approval, but I don't want them to have to go through all that work and spend all that money to come back with a design that's not consistent with the area. So I am going to recommend that the design criteria be compliant or compatible with the area. Those are the only 2, in addition to what Mr. Vesey had proffered.
You didn't want to add the traffic study?
Oh, the traffic study. I thought you added that. And the traffic study as a requirement.
traffic study, that is a staff recommendation. It says a traffic study and transportation management plan must be submitted with the applicant for the site plan approval.
All right. So,
Must be, so it will be done.
so I want to highlight traffic study then.
We'll underline.
Mike, may I talk?
You got me a second?
You could second it.
No. Oh, can I add to it?
No.
No,
Oh.
you could
There's a motion
second
on
it.
the
Somebody has to second, then we can
There's a
discuss.
motion that needs to be seconded.
I'll second the motion.
Thank you.
Now you can talk.
I'm with you on almost all of it.
All right.
On the design, I am having trouble with consistent with the area.
Well,
Because I don't think our example of Greek heritage is limited to a good handful, but not enough, in my opinion. I think they should be able to look beyond the area.
I'm not saying that.
Yeah, but it does. Consistent to the area.
I thought it said compatible.
Compatible.
Compatible is,
Compatible with the cultural heritage standards.
There you go.
or,
You know what, I'll reference it from what is provided in, where's my glasses that I got?
The only thing-
That I bought are too strong.
again, I'm sensitive that they're not a committee,
I'm not talking to you anymore, Nick.
but I would not say standard, their input.
Where did I see that language?
We're still in discussion,
Yeah.
Yes.
and we're kind of fine tuning
Mike's.
one of Mike's recommendations. Could you clarify that for me? What would be the verbiage that you would use?
No, I think his verbiage is good because he makes reference to the Architectural Review Committee, but the word
How
standard,
about the
they don't have one.
How about the architectural integrity?
Because we're still in discussion. There's no such thing as an architectural review committee.
Yeah.
Just, we got to be clear, there's no
They're
committee.
They're a
No,
That's
there isn't.
nonprofit volunteer, so call it that.
I'm not gonna require, like, and I agree with John, okay, you don't wanna limit it to, well, these people have to give their,
You're right, I don't
Again,
want
we're
to.
sending a message to the Board of Commissioners that we want this to meet some cultural heritage standard. They can decide if they want to put a panel together, whether they want to use these folks, whoever they want to use. I think it's,
if it was a year from now, they'd have criteria in place. If they were building in St. Augustine, there'd be criteria in place, okay?
How about?
We don't
how
have
about-
criteria in place.
Yeah, Merle.
How about a fairly simple statement that says, design criteria must be compatible with the cultural heritage of Tarpon Springs?
There you go.
Well, of Tarpon Springs, but again, I challenge that Tarpon Springs doesn't have a really a consistent, I use the word consistent,
But guess what, Nick? You get to vote no.
no, I get to also have the opportunity to persuade otherwise. And I wish to persuade that to where they not just look at Tarpon Springs, they look at other.
Well, and I would say that, to me at least, by saying that, it means that you would look at Greek cultural heritage in general, because that is the cultural
Yes.
heritage of Tarpon
That
Springs.
makes sense because you're not limiting it like you're doing, Mike's done. That's being limited to just look at Tarpon Springs only, and I think that's, just my opinion, I think
Yeah,
that's
no,
wrong.
I think by saying the cultural
Call it
heritage
cultural
of Tarpon
heritage and
Springs,
integrity.
that
Yeah.
is completely overridden by Greek culture.
Yeah.
so,
Was that the intent of your motion, Mike?
Yeah, we'll make that the
Well,
intent.
you-
of my-
That
Mike,
that
you're
was the
gonna-
intent
Mike,
of that
that was the
one
intent of my
item,
motion.
and
That's it.
perhaps you could read that verbiage
I'll read that
Mike,
verbiage.
that he had
you're-
written for you?
Mike, so let's go through these items one more time.
Okay.
And if you have to, you're going to pull your motion and restate it, okay? So we don't have to go
I
through
think,
this.
I think there's only
this
one part of my motion that
fiasco
I have to
again.
be reworded.
Okay, but we want to address that, we want to limit size, we want to send a message that we're limiting size by going to 4-story.
Correct.
We want it to conform to cultural heritage of Tarpon Springs and some design standards. We want
Compatible
some
with the cultural heritage.
limitation on the out parcel, which was in
All his-
Mr.
all-
Vest-
everything
no,
he
it's
had.
no, I'm just going through them again.
It's been written
Okay,
down, by the
I'm
way,
just
John.
going through them again,
John.
okay? Obviously, you didn't pay attention because you voted yes. Okay, number 4,
will be
no
over.
no restaurant in the hotel. No restaurant in the hotel. Number 5, that it strict hotel criteria that this cannot be converted to something else at a later date. Was that in your motion?
It's a restrictive covenant.
Right. Was that in your
Not
motion,
limited
Mr.
to
Bessie?
Breakfast.
Mr. Bessie? Was that
Yeah,
was that in your motion?
Yes, it was.
Okay.
As-
And then
as
number
tight as I
6
could.
was the traffic management needed to be done. That was the staff. But
Yes.
also that it come back to us after that study's done. right?
It would be part
And
of the
staff
site
says it
plan.
comes back to us, correct?
For the site plan submittal, yeah.
Okay, all right. There's the points.
All right,
So
that's my motion.
that's your motion?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you reread that motion so we know?
Don't ask you
Do you want me to read you what I have? I don't know if
Yes,
that's-
because I thought I heard some things in what was just said, that was not what I
It's
had in
been
the motion.
seconded, right?
What I have is investigate the northwest outparcel for use as stormwater and investigate, and number 2 is investigate the northwest parcel as use as public parking. Consider building a barrier on the east property line to protect residents from the sound and view. Recording of restrictive covenants so outparcel may not be developed or sold and that the building is not allowed to change use from a hotel. Limit the size or number of floors to 4. Look at a design component that is consistent with the historic Sponge Docks area, plus meet with the private Greektown Architectural Review Committee for design. No restaurant other than continental-style food.
Was that your motion?
That's my motion.
And the staff's recommendation.
That's in addition to staff's
Yeah,
recommendations.
as presented with the conditions recommended by staff with the following additional conditions.
That's my motion.
Was that your original motion, or are you withdrawing your original motion and making that your
I
motion?
think that was my original motion, but it was just worded
Okay.
better.
I just missed a couple of parts of it, that's
Okay.
fine. So if that was your original motion, which was had a second,
Yep.
if conversation's over, Chair, it's time for a vote.
Can we have a roll call?
Mr. Zimbelis,
Yes.
Mr. Koulianos.
Yes.
Mr. Vesey,
Yes.
Mr. Guskudis.
Yes.
Mr. Seaman.
Yes.
God.
Yes, let's take a 5-minute break
Before we
before
do,
we.
I'm sorry, I know everyone wants to stretch and take a minute. Per your procedures, you cannot go past 11 unless there is a majority vote to do so. So why don't we go ahead, if you don't mind, Chair, and make that, see if someone wants to make that motion and deal with that before we take our break.
Would somebody make that motion?
How far can we go?
You just have to say you can go past 11.
I make a motion that we go past 11.
We have a second?
Second.
Roll call?
Mr. Zimbelis,
Yes.
Mr. Koulianos.
Yes.
Mr. Vesey,
Yes.
Mr. Guskudis.
Yes.
Mr. Seaman.
Yes. All right, we'll stand adjourned for a
Go to the
minute.
restroom.
I will be recusing on the next item, so Mike will take the gavel when we return.
It's 2 to 6.
I'd like to call us back in order. As Mr. Seaman had indicated, he had a conflict in this matter, so as vice chair, the matter's been turned over to me. We're here to listen on application 22-62, the rezoning and preliminary plan development approved for Cypress Trails Townhomes Phase 2. Development located at 615, 625 Jasmine Avenue. Staff.
Okay. I will try to go as fast as I can and get the information across. This project is something that you all saw before. You saw this in February under application 21-133, Cypress Trails Townhomes, Phase 2. That application, and you all recommended denial of the application. The applicant chose to withdraw that application and come back with a revised proposal. It's located up here by Jasmine and on the corner of Jasmine and Spruce. There are 2 phases. Phase 1 has been built, or is being built now. And phase 2 is what we're looking at tonight, and I'll go over the history in a second. And this is just the survey showing phase 1 under construction. There's actually more buildings partway finished than that now. And then some of the structures that are being demolished in the phase 2 area to make way for the rest of the development. So the request is for a residential plan development and rezoning to build phase 2 of Cypress Trails Townhomes. The future land use map category is residential low medium. That will remain the same. And the current zoning is residential multifamily. The property is allocated 122 dwelling units. Just on paper, basically, the applicant proposes to build 98 dwelling units for a total. 36 units are approved and under construction in phase 1. So phase 2 will have 62 units. The applicant's also requesting waivers for the wetland buffer area, the building setbacks, the building frontage facade staggering, and the light pole and signage design standards that the city has. Again, you saw this in February. This is now a new application and new proposal. The history of the project, as mentioned, this was originally processed under the multifamily zoning, residential multifamily. The applicant got a conditional use for alternative dimension plan, and they got a variance for the layout that they now have in phase 1. So back then, they got those 2 approvals for the whole project. They withdrew the second phase and only got site plan approval for phase 1. That's under construction right now. So that's the 36 units. They received site plan approval in 2015, did their site improvements, recorded their plat. Now the townhomes, the vertical construction is ongoing. This is a comparison of the phase 1 existing standards and the phase 2 proposed standards. So as you can see, they pretty much match. So the idea, the applicant is aiming to continue this development and build it out, basically consistent with phase 1. The original back in 2014, 2015 had 95 units, 59 units in phase 2. Currently, the applicant would like to build 62 units in phase 2 for a total of 98 units. And then we have some other figures here. There are no wetland impacts, so that was something that we all looked at last time. And the buffer impacts are different. We'll talk about that in a minute. I would like to refer you to page 2 of 12 of your staff report. There, I've summarized some of the items that the staff and your board had some issues with, and tried to just summarize how the applicant has now addressed those concerns in this revised application. One of those was wetland impacts. So the applicant has removed wetland impacts altogether. The applicant has reduced the impacts on the upland buffer that buffers the wetlands. They've reduced it to 5,585 square feet. Staff would like to see that continue to be reduced down to the original impact area of 4,388 square feet. And we believe there are ways that that can be done. I'll also mention that I handed out some paperwork for this. One is the ordinance, which I actually neglected to put into the packet, so sorry about that. You've got that. And then the second is a revised site plan that I received from the applicant today. The only revision is reducing some of those buffer impacts. So you've got that, and then we'll talk about the third in a minute. These are the residential plan development requirements here, standards, and this lists the Phase 2 proposed standards. Staff recommended that the applicant use the RPD process, and the reason why is because previously under the residential multifamily zoning, they had to get site plan approval plus conditional use alternative dimension plus a variance for the wetland setback. Staff felt it was cleaner and easier for the applicant and frankly for the boards in the city to process this as a planned development so that the applicant could ask for waivers to what he needs for everything, all in one package. This was not designed originally as a planned development, so some of those new standards have been introduced by the RPD code, which is really meant for a new development, kind of starting from scratch. This is continuing an existing development under construction. So here again, we have the whole area here, Phase 1 in blue, Phase 2 in yellow. And this is focusing on Phase 2. The original Phase 2, back, like I said, in 2015, had 59 units. The applicant would like to add 3 more. This blue shows the approximate locations of the 3 additional units they would like to add. This also shows one of the items that you all were concerned about. The applicant proposes a recreation area down here in the south where the Duke easement is, being a dog park or trail or both. And the applicant proposes additional parking for residents and visitors with a walkway going up to Grand Cypress Avenue. This is just an overlay on the aerial. And again, this shows the buffer area. There's a little bit in Phase 1, and then these shaded areas in Phase 2 that are buffer impacts. I did speak with the applicant today, and they can address this. Could be a possible shift of this T turnaround to the south a little bit. There may be other opportunities to reduce that buffer impact. Maybe remove this one, which is really a yard. There are a couple things that we think that they could do. We are proposing in your conditions that they come back with those reduced buffer impacts at their final plan development approval. We don't think there would be any shifting of lots, really. They might modify the size of a lot or move the T turnaround, but we think they can accomplish that at final plan development. This is the landscape and tree mitigation. The applicant this preliminary plan doesn't show compliance yet, but Staff and the city arborist and myself have determined that the applicant can definitely get to compliance on tree mitigation and on landscaping, and we've set conditions in this preliminary plan development to deal with that. Main problem with phase one is they don't have enough hardwood inches for their tree mitigation. They haven't planted this area yet. The two buildings down here at the end are just under construction now, so they haven't planted that. The arborist and I visited the property last Monday and counted what was there and all that. So that project's not finished, so we're confident they can get there between the two phases. We feel that this project is consistent with the comprehensive plan, the residential low, medium, future land use, and the standards in the plan, especially given that wetland impacts have been removed. The applicant has designed the project around that center wetland, and it is a challenging site, but the uplands are disturbed. I think it used to be a horse farm there in phase two, or a horse boarding facility. It's pretty disturbed, and there's a business, industrial business there now, so it's suitable for development. And then the land use surrounding, and I can't remember if I had a slide on that. I did. The east and north is really residential, and that consists of a mix of single-family, townhomes, different product there. Over here to the west, you've got 19, the Duke Energy Yard, medical offices, and then to the south, Cicadia Cemetery. This easement, it's about 160 feet wide before you would even get to the townhomes. The townhomes are oriented away from the cemetery. We feel like there would be a pretty good buffer there for the cemetery. There is an existing fence along here, and that, assuming that will stay in place, and that could be something you ask the applicant about, that should buffer any use from the parking. There is a parking lot there now, just for your information, so. That's kind of the surrounding use. We feel that it is compatible with the area to put additional townhomes in this area. And then public facilities are serving the site. We have everything in place. We have capacity. This will be a master metered site, so it is master metered in phase one. Will continue to be in phase two. The project will generate 35 peak hour trips. It's got easy access to everywhere it needs to get to, Keystone, US 19. They do have a full bicycle and pedestrian sidewalk system proposed inside the development. They will build the sidewalk on Jasmine Avenue along their entire frontage. And they are proposing a second access on Jasmine Avenue as required for having over 50 units. They are requesting to waive that 50-foot buffer requirement for new plan developments. Staff concurs with that, with the caveat that we'd like to see them reduce the buffer impacts down to the original amount. And then I already mentioned trees and landscaping. So these are the waivers. We're looking at setback waivers, and the main reason would be consistency with phase one. And staff supports those waivers. The wetland setback would in some spots be 0 feet, but we would agree with that. That's the wetland buffer, given that they reduce those impacts. Our plan development code requires that you stagger frontage 2 feet per building, but this is a tight site. Staggering would not be consistent with phase one, so staff is supporting the layout the way it is. They have complied with the RPD standard that you not have more than 8 units in a building. So I think the most they have is 7. And then they already have a lighting and signage design at the development. They'd like to continue put their lighting and signage in consistent with what they've got there, which is a decorative type product. And so I think we already went over these. These are the specific waivers. Staff supported those. And so staff is recommending approval of this project with a number of conditions. This is a preliminary plan development, so you're generally going to have a fair number of conditions for them to come back with their final plan development. The first through the fourth still address some outstanding issues with phase 1. So, and it's my understanding that the applicant is actively pursuing these and addressing these. They can speak to that. And then the 5th condition is includes some of the items that the applicant will need to submit for final plan development, and that includes reducing that buffer down to a lower amount. And then the applicant does still need to address public art. They did appear before the Public Art Committee, and the artist's work was approved, but the specific proposal, as far as my research on Public Art Committee minutes, has not come back to them, so they need to do that, which they can do all the way up to building permit and CO, so they're encouraged to go ahead and start on that. And then 7 and 8 regards removal of all the trash and debris and exotics. And then, again, requiring that the lighting and signage design be consistent with phase 1. And then they will need to apply, and I think they just actually did apply today to, we would like them to rezone phase 1 as an RPD as well, to be consistent with this request. So they will be petitioning the board to rezone that to RPD. And then staff and the TRC was pretty strong on requiring that all the phase 1 certificates of occupancy be issued on all those buildings before a CO for phase 2 is issued. So the applicant could go with their site work, they can plat the property, they can start vertical construction, but the idea is that phase 1 be closed out before phase 2 COs are issued. And then they'll need to apply within a year for their final plan development. I hope that was fast enough. Are there any questions?
I have a question. Would painting my house be considered public art if they came and painted? No,
If the Public Art Committee approved that project, it would be.
In all seriousness, we had this application that was withdrawn, and in that prior application, there were certain criteria that the city had requested. And so are those same criteria on this recommendation now?
Yes.
And they're because I think last time they were not in agreement with the criteria as far as satisfying them, but at this point the applicant is in agreement with complying with the criteria that we had before and all these additional criteria.
To the best of my knowledge, they're in agreement. Yeah.
And before anybody can, as far as phase 2 is concerned, no CO, like you said, no CO will even be issued until those certain criteria, as far as getting all the COs on phase 1 are satisfied, as well as the staff recommendations as well.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And I did neglect to add, we did receive one email, which I passed out to you in public comment. So. Any other questions for staff?
Any comments or questions from the board?
I think the staff did a wonderful job putting this package together. Thank you for including all the details from the previous meeting. And
You're welcome.
I followed it all really well. Thank you very much.
So just to reiterate, it's late, I can't speak. So you're comfortable that, I'm just going to repeat what Mr. Cruz said. You're comfortable that all of the issues that related to the prior problems have been resolved, and that's why you're recommending approval?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Zambellis, do you have any comment?
No question.
All right. Does the applicant wish to say anything or make a presentation? Game is over.
Good evening, Bill Conrad, 5286 Poinciana Circle, Newport Richey. I was the planner originally in Phase 1, and I just want to keep it short. You know, staff has been wonderful to work with. We followed their directions in terms of the way we submitted this application. We realized we needed to address issues. We went back, we worked with staff, we listened to staff, we took their direction, and that's why we revised the plan and came back and addressed those issues. Basically, we concur with staff's recommendation and their conditions, and obviously we're going to have to go comply with all of it before we move forward, so we definitely agree with that. So basically, we're here to answer questions. I'm here, Bill Conrad, of course, and our engineer, Richard Kelly, is here to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any affected parties who wish to make a comment? And have you been previously sworn?
No, we have not, because we were given the wrong time.
Okay. Sorry.
Just anyone that's going to testify, raise your right hand. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. Yes. Thank you.
Dawn Bouchard, 769 Grand Cypress Lane. So I am in the development.
I'm sorry. I may have missed that, Vice Chair. Are we doing affected parties or just public comment, since there's four people?
They're not impacted.
Everyone just talk, give them their chance to talk? Okay.
Sure, go ahead.
All right, thank you. I'll be brief because I know everybody's tired, and I'm sure you're tired of hearing from everybody.
All right, the hockey game's over anyways.
Just a couple of concerns. One has to do with parking. I recognize that the plan shows overflow parking, but it's in a Duke Energy easement. What happens if Duke Energy refuses to let us park our cars there? Right now, there's no parking allowed on the streets. There are 5 or 6 parking spaces near the clubhouse. 2 of them are designated as handicapped, although they are not marked as such, but they are on the plans. Where are we, if we entertain or if we have guests, where are they supposed to park if Duke Energy does not agree to that easement? You're adding 98 units with at least 2 cars. That's about 120 cars. Where, if we have guests and company, are they supposed to park? That's my first concern. My second concern has to do with additional HOA financial responsibilities. As we found through reading this application, we now have, as part of the contract, we may, as an HOA, have to contract with a service to provide monthly maintenance of a wastewater lift station, which was not something that is being made aware to the residents. So you're adding an additional financial burden to potential homeowners that are unaware of this. Also, we discovered in this application an art project, which we had no idea was coming our way. I'm sure it's lovely, but again, it puts a financial burden on the HOA because we may have to maintain that art project. Also, there are things inside of our HOA declaration, such as the absence of a clubhouse and a resort-style pool. You are showing in your application it's part of the project, but it is not in our declarations. I'm hoping that's going to be rectified in our final HOA declarations. Thank you.
Good evening. It's certainly been a long night. I want to thank staff, council, and the board. And I just want to say a couple things real quickly. I hope you give this project and the things we're bringing up the same attention that you gave the project before us, as in regards to parking, traffic, access, and water course, okay? Because there are issues. We're going to be, when fully occupied, based on the numbers given in here, we're looking at 2.1 cars per resident. That's their numbers, not ours. You're looking at 201 cars going out one access. The additional access is proposed there, okay? Given the setbacks, looking at the building that's being proposed right next to the entrance, that's not going to be feasible. Nobody in their right mind is going to be able to put a gate there or control access in and out. That's going to be a nightmare. So all the traffic's going to come in and out of one opening, and if you go there and take a look at it now, you can get 2 cars lined up there. The rest will be in front of an entire residential neighborhood. I just, we want to see phase 2. We all agreed to it the way it was proposed originally. In those original drawings and pictures that we were presented at signing, we'll show you cul-de-sac, phase 2. We'll show you lovely pool, clubhouse. We're all supposed to be, by state statute, presented HOA documents at closing. More than half of us were not. And now that we're finally getting them and looking through the draft portion, boy, there's a lot of things that aren't correct in there that we need to get some answers on. The other thing too is the walkway from that proposed parking area, if it's even approved, along with the dog park or whatever that's going to be. I hope you take into consideration, get that in writing first from Duke before you consider it as, hey, they answered the question, because I don't think they have. Appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
I didn't hear his name and address.
Sir, can you kind of state your name one more time for the record? I'm sorry.
My apologies, I did not do that.
Yeah, I didn't even notice. We're all tired.
Joel Bouchard, 769 Grand Cypress Lane.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Any other public comment? And while he's doing that, just the applicant, after he's done, I am going to ask y'all to prepare to respond to some of these comments.
X 514 Ashland Avenue. Going to point you out to a couple things: project history and current proposal. Variance granted for reduced wetland setback for entire project, now expired. And then also it says staggered facade, not proposed. Wetland setback 0 to 15. Next page, project history and current proposal. Again, wetland impacts says 0, but the buffer impacts have increased. Again, the wetland setback was required of the RPD 50 feet, but now a minimum of 0 feet. Just to bring into the facts, LDC 78.01D6, a minimum buffer area of 50 feet from wetlands. The mean high water mark of all water bodies and jurisdictional lines is required. In cases where jurisdictional lines do not coincide with water bodies, the most restrictive setback shall apply. Then it goes on to say waivers for the minimum buffer area may be considered by the BOC provided the location, size, intensity of the uses are clearly delineated on the site plan. As it was kind of previously mentioned in the previous hearing, you are the gatekeepers. Part of being the gatekeepers is protecting the areas that previous boards have said must be requested. That's why we've got a 50-foot buffer. And also if you look at not only their designs, everything is all packed in. And the design that they showed you with the 2 additional lots, one last lot appears to be intruding into the wetland area. Again, upland buffer impacts are the solid shadings, and the buffer reservation. I just have a problem with that being the amount of buffers. The other thing I have an issue with on page 3 of your preliminary staff recommendations, it says 1, waiver of the 50-foot wetland, but also it says the waiver of the side yards, the reduced yards. I don't see the need for that. The only reason that is being asked for is to cram as many units into there, which increases the traffic and the visibilities in those areas. Also, the waive the frontage staggering requirement, so no frontage line staggering. I think that's part of the architectural aspect of RPDs, and you, in the previous hearing, had concerns about appearances of the projects. And lastly on that, it says to waive subdivision signage and lighting design standards. I would assume that lighting design standards were applied in the rules, so there would be a certain minimum of lighting. I'd hate to see if the lighting design standards are reduced such that they're in an area where it's a highly compacted residential area, but there's not sufficient lighting for whatever their internal infrastructure is. My concern again also, as it's been noted, we've had issues with this traffic. If you go back with the Anclote Harbors, we had the county look at this road, and they did say it was a residential road with a lot of traffic, and I think you may need to review some of that traffic response that was given by the county, which included Jasmine Road. I know it was mostly Hayes Road, but there's a lot of information there with regards to the Jasmine Road portion. And I just don't believe that we can continue to keep adding additional traffic on this 2-lane road with no sidewalk on a majority of the Jasmine Avenue, especially on the area adjacent to the cemetery and the sports complex. So it's nice to see that they've made some additional accommodations to your previous request, but I don't believe this project still meets what is necessary to be done for this area, and the residents, I think, have explained some of that fully for you. Thank you.
One question, Mr. Lucas. You had read something about a setback requirement with regard to wetlands. Where did you read that from?
Your Land Development Code 78.01D6. In fact, they reference it, I think, also in the backup, but that's the LDC that has to do with wetland buffers, and part of the reason that was placed in is to protect the wetlands in these areas that are spotty and people are infilling to encroach as much as possible. Thank you.
Does this board have any questions of the applicant with regard to some of these comments?
Are there any others?
Are there any other public comment? No. Does the board have any questions with regard to the comments you made to the applicant?
Oh, no.
How did these issues, do you believe there's enough parking for
The project does have sufficient parking by code.
by code, and what is that?
I'd have to look. I think it's, I can look that up, 1.4 or 1.5, something per unit.
Off the top of my head, 1.75 parking spaces per unit, plus applicable parking for the clubhouse and pool. So.
This lift station that was mentioned, wouldn't that be the responsibility of the applicant? What the
Yeah, I believe, well,
We're
yeah.
kind of out of order,
Yeah,
so.
well-
Yeah, we are.
The staff presented, and you had a chance to ask questions, the applicant presented, and all of us failed to realize we didn't ask the applicant questions at that point until you opened public comment. So now public comment's been opened, and I don't think we've officially closed it.
No.
But we've kind of reverted back to asking questions to
Well,
staff, so we kind of.
I'd like to ask, if it's okay, I'd like to have the applicant come out and.
We did skip that portion that the applicant was not asked
Should've
questions by
reminded
the board.
me.
It dawned on me
feedback.
after we moved
All right.
forward, so I didn't want to interrupt public comment, but there was no questions of the applicant, so unfortunately, it would be, not unfortunately, it would be appropriate to let the board ask those questions if there are any.
Hi, my name's Manuel Lindiakis. I live in 773 Anclote Landings Drive. I'm the developer of the property. And if it's okay with you, I'd like to address the ladies' concerns. Number one, the lift stations has been put in. It's been operating, and it's nominal cost to the HOA. All I do is pay for the electric, so I don't know what this, she's worried about some increased cost with the lift station. It's been re-inspected. The TRC wanted us to double check it, if you remember, and we went and got everything tested. We got a pump fixed on it, and it's running, and it costs $20 a month for the electric. That's it. And then I've got the place that does I entered into an agreement where they come and maintenance it every 3 or 4 months, which the city wanted us to do. So that's been done. The parking, if you look at the plans, we're going to provide 38 additional parking spaces for the overflow. And yes, it is in the Duke Energy easement, but Duke Energy is not going to deny us parking there because there's been parking there for over 30 years. And the only thing I'm required to supply to Duke Energy is access. They have to have access to maintain their lines. Okay, so they're never going to tell us you can't park underneath here. Okay?
Do you own the easement, or do they own the easement?
I own the easement. It's not a right-of-way, so that
Okay.
gives me more control over it than them. So that takes care of that.
May I? Just because you're moving so fast. You said, if I may be so bold and politely, it's nice to see you again.
Yes.
That's exactly what you said like 30 or 60 days ago, but where's that? Whenever anybody says never, that means it's going to happen. So why can't we get some documentation in regards to that? What would be so hard about having that? I mean, even just a copy of the easement. I know you're a man of your word, but
easement,
what can be more?
And I can get you a letter from my lawyer that says, you know, that's the only.
Why not a letter from Duke Energy?
Duke Energy, I mean, if you want to think you can get a hold of them, it might take them 6 months to give me a letter, okay? And, you know, the only thing Duke Energy don't want is a big, because I asked them to put a tennis court there. You can't put a tennis court there because you got to have a fence. And you can't put some big trees in their easement, so, you know, as long, parking is not going to be a problem for them. And they just did a bunch of work in there already. I don't know if you know, they changed the poles over there.
Can we put the picture up there, so, because he's talking about things I need to.
Yeah, the parking's already there, and it's been in use for over 20 years. You can see the parking.
So, well, you talked about, you said 38 parking spaces?
Yeah.
Okay, where are they?
Right there.
Where? Oh, there, okay.
Yep.
And that's the easement area?
Yep. Yep, and then as far as her concern about the second entrance, the second entrance that we're providing is only gonna be accessible to the people that live there, okay? If you're coming to visit, you're gonna have to go to the main entrance, but if you live there, you're gonna have a clicker and you're gonna come in and out. You don't have to back up or, you know, worry about not being able to use the entrance, okay?
Question.
And the other thing that's not correct, we platted this thing, like they said, in 2015, and all the covenants and all that stuff has been recorded since the same time it was platted. Otherwise, we would have never got the plat. So that's been platted. All the rules and covenants are in place. We are going to make a few changes to them. I think the lawyer's going to do them this week, you know, so that takes care of her other little concern there, so. As far as the setback, they granted us the 7.5-foot setback in phase 1, and the rear setback only applies to the lots up against Jasmine, okay, and then a few lots back there in the back. The rest of them can have a 30-yard setback if you needed it, okay?
Is the easement recorded in the county or the city
Yes.
records?
Yeah, they got the easement back in the 50s.
Is Duke paying you for that easement?
No.
Okay.
Are you looking at paved additional parking?
There's concrete parking there, and then the other ones that are up against the cemetery, there's gravel underneath it now, so I'm gonna keep that grass. And then, but there's gravel underneath it. I'm not gonna pave that and make it all paving. It's gonna be grass parking, and then the other ones that are already there are concrete, and I'll probably put some asphalt over that. But the grass ones, I'm just gonna leave grass. And as far as getting to the parking spots between the two buildings, I'm gonna put a pavers to go to the, if somebody wants to park their car, they have to park it, and then they can walk to wherever they're going. And then the other thing is, Mr. Delakis suggested we're impacting the wetlands. There's no wetland impact. There was before, which was the biggest problem we had. We changed the plan. We took all the wetland impact out. The upland area impact they're talking about, we got to reduce. That's the 15-foot buffer between the jurisdictional line that she wants us to reduce by 500 or 600, 700 feet, which we should be able to do that prior to the final hearing with the commissioners.
I think she wants you to reduce it by about 2,700 feet.
No, it's 500.
I think that the statement is reduced to the original plan amount, which is 4388, and currently you have it submitted at over 7,000. Yep, 7131 needs to be 4388. I think that difference is roughly 2660, about 2,700 square feet.
I should have
You're
mentioned.
correct, but there's a new plan that I gave Pat today that brought it down to I think, less than 300 more.
Oh, so close. Okay, see,
Yeah.
that's okay, but at least, well,
And then we're
it's
gonna
right
work on
there.
that further and get it down to zero.
Well, that's terrific. Hey, forgive me, since I think we're supposed to be asking questions of them, right? Right, rather than him telling us?
Yeah.
Right, we're here to ask questions. Okay, great. So I forgive me, but this additional parking seems to be a very important element. It's tight. It's super tight. And you've got that extra parking, and right now you're absolutely confident, this is the Duke easement, absolutely confident that that is gonna help a lot. It just strikes me as odd that if something that is so important and so valuable that that documentation can't be provided, A, and B, if that easement is factually gonna transfer ownership to the HOA in the future. Now, I'm not into law, you're not into law, but I would think that this is something that's so critical that it would really be covered in detail rather than, yeah, does that make sense? So my question is, how come you can't or are not willing to produce better documentation?
Let me see if I can answer it by asking counsel. Okay, the developer owns, the easement is on the developer's land.
It's a right-of-way.
It's right-of-way?
No, it's just an easement. It's not a right-of-way.
Okay, but the easement is on your property?
Yeah, it's my property.
Okay, and so when the HOA turns the project over to the association, then those rights of those easement rights go to the HOA. They become a common element of the HOA.
They stay with the property.
They stay with the property.
Right.
So it's transferable.
Yeah.
Unless there's something specific written down somewhere else, easements should stay with the property and go along with it.
But without a copy or understanding, and I know that's not under the purview, but every easement is a very specific contract. It's highly detailed.
Could be,
Who knows what it says?
Right.
I mean, I could give her the easement if we haven't already done it, and you can see what rights they have.
And forgive me, we asked for this when you were here before.
No, you never asked us for a copy of the easement before. You didn't ask us for that.
Perhaps not.
Okay.
Yeah, that was the first conversations we had about
This the
additional
first-
parking
And
going
the
back.
easement is on the plat.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so it's reflected on the plat.
So it'll have a record number.
By book and page number.
Where it is.
Yeah, well, when Progress or Duke Energy or whoever you want to, at the time, Florida Power at the time, when they acquire the property, it's subject to an easement. That means it's their property, but subject to Duke Energy's right to access that property, but it's still the owner's property.
Yeah.
So when he conveys it to the HOA as a common element, that property ends up belonging to the HOA.
Right.
Okay, and it's subject to the rules of that Duke Energy has, where you can't obstruct
Right.
block or impede their access right to their lines.
Right, and their main access is where the poles are. So you get that one little tower and the 2 other poles, that's where they usually work on it. And in the last 20 years, they've never been out there to work on it. But they just put in 2 new poles, so they redid that thing.
Can you address the 2 other statements that were made, pool not in their declarations?
The pool, the declarations, if you read them, it says there's I think there's something that says a recreation facility, okay? And then the lawyer, Mr. Platt, who, not Richard Platty, is our lawyer that does the closings and all the homeowner stuff. He's revising the HOA documents to make it current, whatever needs to be done there, okay? So that's not true, what she said.
So
So they're getting a pool?
Yeah, the pool's already there, yep.
I'm just wondering if we can't make that a condition.
Pool's in, but patio's not dry.
Pool's there, right?
A revised HOA.
Yeah, well, that leads to the HOA statement. HOA was not provided at closing.
Well, I don't know about what, I'm not the, I don't know what was provided at closing or not, but you could go and look at the documents
Required to be
online if you
provided
want
at
and print them out. We would have never got the plat without the HOA documents.
Yeah, but did you provide at closing?
I don't know. I'm not the real, all I do is sign the paper at the end, and, the lawyer does the whatever they do,
You're actually required to get it when you enter into a contract.
Well,
But
maybe they
that's,
need to start
but
doing
that's
that.
not, that's outside of our, what we're
I'm
supposed
not
to
a
be
real
doing here.
estate lawyer.
So,
I got one more question on the statements that were asked. Something was said about water.
Well,
I don't know what, I
I don't
didn't
know
write
what they
the
came
full
up with
notes.
that, but there's plenty of water. I mean, the city has plenty of water there. I got, a main line that comes in there. We also have effluent water, which saves the community a ton of water.
Yep.
So there's no issue with the water, We designed it according to how the city wants it. It's looped all the way around. There's a separate line for the fire line that they wanted. He can tell you about that. So it's engineered and it's already in place. And I had to put in, off-site force main to tie into the city's thing.
okay.
So that's all done.
Any other questions for?
How do you address the, Mr. Delax's concerns that some of those units are hitting the wetlands?
It's not true. None of the units encroach to the wetlands. There's a buffer, a 15-foot buffer. That's where they came up with that 4,000 or 5,000 square foot where we encroached into the 15 feet. And we mitigated by that. We're giving them back twice as much for that. But the plan that we came to you guys before, we were encroaching 5,000 feet, 6,000 square feet into the wetlands. That was creating a big problem, so we decided to back out of the wetlands and get this thing approved because, I've been trying to do this now for, who knows how long. So there's no wetland encroachment, zero.
I have one more question, please. Thank you for your patience in answering all the questions. So the young lady, which I assume is an owner, was also concerned about lift station, okay? And give me a minute before you respond so I get it right. Her concern was about additional cost to the HOA, right? Lift station's there, you built it, it's been recently repaired, it's been inspected. But as I understand it, that lift station is going to become a common element in the future.
Yes.
Okay, and then there is a chance that that lift station's gonna need some maintenance or inspection, or maybe unfortunately a new motor 10 years down the road, and that would be a cost that would be borne by the whole community through their HOA fees.
True.
Okay, so it strikes me as curious, and I'm looking at staff, in a PUD, and I happen to live in one, there's a lift station there, but the city of Tarpon Springs owns it and maintenances. It's wonderful. They just show up and work and fix it and stuff. Why is this PUD, why do you own this one instead of the city owning it?
Private property. It's private development. Public property. It's not public.
It's gated, the city
It's
has
not
no
gated
access.
yet. It's not gated.
Sorry, and I know, and I'm looking, I know you're not supposed to answer, but and this is purely for my understanding and helping the
city
owner
wants it, I'll
understand.
give it to 'em,
Is that,
you know.
is it
Have
because it's a gated community that That lift
The
station is
city,
theirs?
for gated communities, the city requires they be master metered.
Right.
Okay, go ahead. I see Renee coming up. If you may help me understand more clearly.
Yes, in a private community, generally it's an all or nothing proposition. So the roads, the utilities, the lift stations, everything are either public or they're private. So in this instance, it's private.
So a PUD can be structured either way. If you put the
Sure.
gate up,
Yes.
you're all the way in. If there's no gate, the city does
Correct.
your streets, does your lift station.
Correct.
Super. Thank you for helping me clarify that.
So my lift station at my office, I could give it to the city?
No.
There was another.
Not tonight, we
there
can't.
was another
Tonight,
issue
okay.
I didn't bring
All right,
up. As far
I'm
as the-
sorry, any additional questions? John? Mr. Vesey?
No.
Okay.
The other thing she brought up is true, that the public art requirement, we haven't given them a plan yet because I was waiting to finish phase 2, and I'm gonna probably put the public art on the solid walls on both sides of the property. So we haven't given them the actual, design of that, but we do have the artist on board. And yes, I don't know who's required to maintenance it, but it's probably gonna be the HOA, and that's not my fault. That's what the city says. Unless the city, because it's public art, is required to maintain it. I mean, I don't know the answer who maintains it. But
Okay.
he's trying to say,
All right.
I mean, I didn't create the rules.
That, at this point, unless there's any questions or comment, any public?
We'll be done public comment, but
I
you
mean-
kind of reopened questions, so, but they had their chance to comment.
I've already
I think
asked.
that it was addressed, their comments were addressed by the applicant.
Yeah.
I think it's time to ask staff if they have any questions of the applicant, since the applicant got to present some additional information, and perhaps then we can close.
No, no questions.
No question. Is there any correspondence that have we received on this?
Just that one email that we received.
Okay.
And that email was from Randy and Sandy Fraser. I did pass it out.
Yes, we have that.
We
We have that
normally
in our,
wouldn't,
we have that in
yeah.
our package.
Okay.
Okay. Well, is there anybody want to make a motion?
Chair will make a motion.
Chair cannot make a motion.
I meant
Oh.
chair.
Chair, comma.
Yeah,
I will
chair.
make.
Comma.
All right. Thank
I will
you.
make them.
I just heard
make a
chair make the
motion.
motion. I'm like, no, oh, no.
Chair, I'm going to motion that we approve application 2206 rezoning preliminary plan development with, and I want to be clear, the staff recommendations of 1 through 13 that include every detail that are on 1 through 13 that also address the previous application's concerns that we had. I just want to make sure that I stress that it includes each and every single detailed staff's concerns and that it's followed to a T. That's my motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
No.
I have a little bit. I just want to share with, the reason that I support is it is obvious that staff has done an excellent job of addressing the concerns of the community, of our concerns, highly detailed, has made site visits, and I feel confident that under the watchful eye of Patricia McNeese, that everything will get done.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Mr. Zimbalist?
Yes.
Mr. Koulianos?
Yes.
Mr. Vesey?
Yes.
Mr. Kouskoudis?
Yes.
Chair, I'd also like to make a motion that we defer the, oh, he's coming back.
Yes, your chair is returning, and I think that's the exact motion he wants to hear from you.
Right.
I was taking that with me.
that we motion that we defer the staff, everything else beyond this point, we defer to the next meeting.
But before we adjourn, I want to compliment Mike. He did a fine job stepping in for you, Merle.
I'd like to just give you 2 items. Mr. Stavropoulos has resigned from the board, so we do have a regular open seat. And second, you'll be hearing from me this week, hopefully tomorrow, on your comprehensive plan workshop we're trying to set up for you. That's it.
All right.
Pat.
Thank you all. Sorry it's so late, and we're out of here.
That's okay.
Thank you very much.